started yelling at me that I was a sharmuta, and that maybe the reason why I was getting in these conversations is just to gain attention because nobody wants to hang out with me, and that maybe this is the first time that I have another woman that is actually presenting a challenge to me, and that presenting an alternative for other people to like her instead of me. And she brought this so many times, like I am a better woman than you, and I am, and I was like, okay. I just stayed quiet and I let her get it all out. And I was like, okay, now let me continue the point because I don't care if you were trying to compete with me, we were talking about something else. And yeah, she got very upset. But she made it about competition. So hey, what I know about you is what this just let me say is what this tells me is that what is in her head is I am competing with Isa for either attention or likeness or showing that I am a better woman or but that is what's going on in her head. I wasn't even thinking about that. We were talking about a topic.
Yeah, what I know is one thing that you wouldn't do is say a bunch of shit, then run away in the middle, and then sit in the bottom anonymous to try to hear what the other person says about you. You don't give a fuck what anyone's going to say about you. Like you really don't care. Like you're just doing your thing.
I know that this is what people say,
Anonymously listening, hoping someone's going to say something about you because you're hoping you'll be relevant. Like that's just not how you spend your time. Also, not how I spend my time. I get you. You are making chocolate milk.
The only thing that I don't do, that Isa does, is she gets the milk aggressively.
With honey, but I can fall asleep.
Well, that's a good idea. Did you heat it up first, though?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
It's warm milk with honey. I'm addicted to this, and I shouldn't be drinking this much milk.
No, you shouldn't be. Yeah, you're fluffy.
Yeah, this is the reason why I'm fluffy.
Bitch, you ain't fluffy. You a fatty.
Like, like these things I don't do. And I hear comments all the time, and about these specifically about like, oh, if I thinks she's hotter than me, I'm hotter than Isa. And like, okay, be hotter than me. I don't give a shit. Like, what is this? Like, is it like a zero-sum game that if you're hotter than me, then I will not get anybody? It's like, no. So I don't care.
Jeff. How are you?
Apparently amazing.
Well, you don't know how to respect women, but you can work on it.
I didn't say I don't know how to respect women. I just wonder what it felt like to respect women.
Oh, aren't they like two sides of the same coin?
I mean, maybe.
Okay. And I'm learning from Issa that it's really hard to be beautiful.
I mean, I could have told you that, Jeff.
What do you mean hard to be beautiful?
There's so many complications to it, so many consequences. And it's so much competition.
I mean, why do you think all this is happening? He's one of yours.
Yeah, he's one of mine. Hey, Mixon, no good room?
Issa, you're not Jewish?
No, no.
Oh,
I'm Catholic.
well, so am I.
No good rooms, my friend.
Joe, she's one of the good ones.
She's one of the good Catholics?
Yeah, one of the good Catholics.
Oh, good. So I'm one of the good Catholics. I don't go to church, but I'm one of the good Catholics, and I went to Catholic school.
No, I didn't go to Catholic school. My sisters did.
Are you Roman Catholic?
Yeah.
Eastern Rite or Roman Rite or Latin Rite?
Eh?
Like, well,
She's a literal Latina.
oh, okay, very good.
Well, last weekend was the first time that I heard Mass in German. It was interesting.
Wunderbar.
Wunderbar.
Have you ever been to an actual Latin Mass?
I think so.
I have to.
I think so, but I remember I didn't really. It was years ago because they are looking to the. You're just looking at their back, like they're.
Yeah, it's like it's
looking
a
to
high mass. Yeah, I've been to Latin masses where they have the back to you, and I've been to Latin where they're speaking Latin, but they're not. They're looking at you. I don't like the back to you at all.
No, but I do like to understand what they're talking about.
Well, it's basically the same thing every time, so it's not that hard to figure it out.
Yeah, but the sermon and the scripture when they read, I want to know what they're talking about.
Well, the sermons are I've never had it where they did the sermon in Latin. They always did sermon in English.
Yeah, but here I went the other day to one in German because I missed the one in Spanish. And I was like, what the hell? I went to the one in German.
I was younger, I went to a mass at a Catholic hospital because it was at 3:15 in the afternoon on Sunday. Wow, that was loud. And
It really was.
that was loud.
He's always loud.
Yeah. Well, he's always got his mic on because he's walking and doing shit. So used to go to this mass, and because it was in the hospital, and the mass was for doctors and nurses and stuff and the staff, and it was an 18-minute mass, and it was by a Maronite priest, a Lebanese priest, and it was awesome. Because he talked really fast. He was born in the United States, so he didn't have an accent or anything. And he was very funny. It was a very quick mass, and he ran it out in 18 minutes. And they did it mostly because all the doctors and nurses, they're on call. They can get called out to a patient at any moment.
Yeah, that was a quickie. 18 minutes. That's super quickie.
The fastest mass I've ever been to.
Yeah. I've been to 30-minute mass. Probably that's the quickest.
Well, I used to be an altar boy, so I did a lot of masses and benedictions and all that stuff. And weddings and funerals.
Yeah, I don't like. To be honest, I'm not a fan of going to mass. Like, I don't like the repetitive stuff. Like, I'm not really a religious person, but I do like the feeling of being inside of a church. I do like so much.
Yeah. Have you ever been to Spain?
Yeah.
You've been to the Familia Sagrada?
Sagrada Familia in Barcelona.
Yeah, Sagrada Familia, right? Yes, yeah, I said it backwards. I was there a long time ago, so it wasn't nearly as well constructed as it is now. But it is a very cool place.
Yeah, I agree, but that is because it's also kind of like in construction all the time, and so I don't know. It's a weird place. I'm not. I mean, it's supposed to be like super art and whatever, but
Well,
I don't get it.
well, it's absolutely Gothic, but they started the construction on it like 1904. It's been under construction for that long.
And it's still supposed to be under construction for another few decades until they finish it.
So Jeff and I don't bring anything in terms of color commentary to the conversation.
Yeah, sometimes. I hate to run.
You're pretty annoying.
I laughed a lot when she said that she had it with Emrose because she's stealing her thunder. I thought that was funny. I don't think. I mean, I think Buttercup is much more likable than Emrose. She at least knows how to joke, you know.
Do you think she's tired of people saying, "What's up, Buttercup"?
Yeah, of course. Derisa, did you find people to talk to about
So,
the Epstein?
I'm literally starting a room right now. I'll send you a link if you want to come.
No, I gotta go to bed because it's 3 a.m.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But did you find anyone to speak about it?
Well, I talked about it a little bit, and then I was doing stuff all day, and I was co-modding another room about a different topic, and I'm literally about to do it right now. I was out of my head last night when I was talking about it.
Okay. Just give me the bullet points.
You know, it's not just one thing in particular, but just like the sort of the world view that it paints, and then in particular, I'm obsessed with this idea now that it seems like he had orchestrated up to 4 rigged lottery jackpots.
That is crazy. Huh, Danny?
Sleep on it.
Isa, are you in Spain right now?
No.
No, I am in Geneva, Switzerland.
Oh, okay.
I cannot find my everyday mode for more than a day now.
Your remote?
Yes. And it's really frustrating. Just wanted to share.
Have you looked in, I don't know, like in the sofa?
And it looks everywhere like 4 times already.
Under the sofa?
Yes, with the light, with the flashlight.
You will not. Okay, you will not believe what I lost. I lost. You know, how those little round.
Another screw, Shirley?
Well, and they, no, the vacuum cleaners, the little round disco vacuum cleaner. That little damn thing got lost in my house somewhere and died, and I cannot find it. I mean, how retarded is that?
Yeah, I know.
And do not tell me that retarded is an ugly word. Retarded is what I'm calling myself.
It's a perfectly fine word that people get upset about.
Well, I'm not calling some child retarded. I'm calling myself retarded.
Don't be racist
Children are
against
retarded
words.
sometimes too.
All right, Shirley, you need to buy a bunch of air tags and put it on all the things you might lose.
That is true,
That's
Joe.
too expensive.
Like her mind.
Yeah, but
If I could air tag the mind, we would be in business.
well, you know what? It may be expensive, but you know what? That all of that frustration and anxiety would go away.
Well, guess what? We bought the thing was about to go wear out anyway, but so I bought a new one. But still, I'm gonna find that disco in my house somewhere. That little disc. It's ridiculous. And I don't need to give anybody any ammunition because, you know, since I'm the grandmother in the room, there's always some little ass who wants to call me demented. So just so nobody gets started.
I don't mess with the woman from Texas next to San Marcos, okay?
That sounds smart. Very smart.
Because
Darn
my
it,
father is
Shirley.
my mama.
I had it on the tip of my tongue to say,
I
with Texans. I told somebody that one time. I went to Washington, D.C., and I was renting this Airbnb, and the lady was just being so condescending and rude because she just thought anybody in the South had to be a moron. And I just, okay.
Still 50%, but not all of them. That's right.
So what are you saying, Daniel?
Oh, it's the other half I was talking about.
Well, anyway, she was being very, she was being stupid. And she had irritated me enough that I told her, do not honk at people in Texas. We carry. Because in Washington, D.C., they will honk at you to go into incoming traffic.
I have a friend in Texas, and he keeps saying y'all, and you don't say y'all at all. He literally says it like every other sentence.
I do say y'all, but I just haven't had a reason to say it yet.
He finds the reason in every sentence. He finds the reason.
I'm waiting for you to tell somebody they're precious.
I do call people precious. Well, isn't that precious? I have to notice my name.
I think that is a very, very good phrase. It works anywhere. And you don't have to be from the South to use it.
To call somebody
Actually, y'all
precious.
is very,
Yeah. You can be from
y'all
anywhere.
is like, it's very inclusive. It's not like you guys or like y'all. It's like all of you.
Well, we say use guys.
You guys.
Use guys.
You guys. But you see, it's you guys, you know?
Okay, so I spent a lot of my youth in a metroplex, so I've been known to say you guys. In a world of how do you say that? People with their pronouns, and you call people y'all or you guys. It's like
A woke world.
X or like all of the other.
Yeah. Breaking news. Tom Malinowski, the former congressman, wins the primary for Governor Mikey Sherrill's former seat, which is New Jersey 11. That just says Tuesday. Today there was an election tonight. I know many people here could be interested in that.
Did y'all talk about Kamala HQ?
No, there's been no room all day. This is the first room.
Yeah, I saw that, Kim. What is that about? Like,
I can tell you what it is. It's very easy. It's a test balloon. And it's a test balloon that was full of lead. And it didn't rise. It didn't rise up. It fell right to the ground. She has no riz with regular people. She got riz with the donors. But I think this is very smart and should convince her that she needn't run. It was a dud.
I don't think she's convinced. I think she's going to
place that Kamala HQ launched. I'm confused because I'm clicking the links. I'm clicking. Oh. Okay. Okay. Wait, what happened to the links? What happened?
They weren't opening today.
Oh. Well, no, it's now earlier when I was watching it, they had some kind of post up there with Trump version, and I was like, what is going on? What is this about? Like, so you open up something outside of other social media pages to just talk about him?
Yes, miss. You know, there's a boy. It's a gay boy. I hate to do it like this. That's the only way I can describe him. He's a gay black boy. I'm sure Magda Live knows who he is, because he's a Kamala stan. He like dances with her. She will meet with him, and she's done dances with. I don't know the boy's name. And I think he was a paid DNC influencer during the election. Still could be. I don't know if Matt is here, but maybe Matt knows the name. I'm not.
Oh, too raw, too real. Oh,
Too
yeah.
raw, too real. I just get the sense that he's running it. I have no evidence, but I get the sense it's him or somebody like him. It's a disaster, because that's why they would go to Trump's hands. They're trying to do. They're trying to do what Gavin Newsom was doing. They're trying to get her back in the thing by trolling. They ain't got the riz. They ain't got the juice.
No, that ain't it. That ain't it. That's not it. But I will say she did look nice. She had some nice eyeliner on when she was announcing this headquarters or whatever the heck it's called. What is it called? Oh, it's called headquarters now. Oh, sorry. It's playing in the background. Okay, so this is why, well, this is a crazy rollout. I had to like click like 3 different things to get there. She looks great. You are right. Personally.
Beautiful gowns. Beautiful gowns.
Judaism as a religion. We're not talking about the ethnicity. And as for the Romans, yeah, the ones who were responsible for what they did to Christ, yeah, they're guilty of it as well. Like
Why would it be all Romans? Because the Romans don't define themselves as a culture based on the rejection of Jesus from the
the Romans were against Christ, and they were just
I understand you're saying the Romans that converted Christianity are exonerated. But what about the other Romans?
I
got that. What about the other Romans?
as a
very satanic ones. For example, Caesar Nero in the book of Revelation, it talks about the number 666. Now, 666.
They don't have to be satanic. According to you, just the killing of Christ was sufficient.
All those who reject Messiah will face the same fate. All those who accept Messiah.
we don't deny
So to sit there and to make arguments about, this is what's going to happen to these people or that people, they're going to get the same punishment.
No one's making that argument.
Hold on. What I'm simply saying is this. It doesn't even matter. To sit there and talk about, this is going to be the blood is going to be on us in our generation. They're receiving the same fate that those who are unbelieving Gentiles will receive. Same fate.
No one is saying anything different, but in a pastoral sense, yeah, there is a difference between the guy who says, look, I don't accept your Jesus, I don't care about your Jesus, but, if you want to preach about him, go do whatever. And the guy who says, my whole identity and ideology is based on rejecting your Jesus, I'm going to do everything I can. One second, I'm talking in the pastoral sense.
Sir, I help the pastor express. I'm speaking in the pastoral sense.
You don't even know what I mean when I say pastoral
The
sense.
same.
Like, when I say pastoral sense, I don't mean in terms of judgment. I mean in terms of practicality in, this world. Yeah, because we're trying to spread the gospel, there's a big difference between guy number 1 and guy number 2. Guy number 2's whole identity is based on not only rejecting your God, but getting other people to do the same thing. Which is
Guy number 2 used to be the Apostle Paul before he converted.
I'm extremely well aware of that. Now, unfortunately, the rest of rabbinic Judaism very much falls under guy number 2. Now, for some weird reason,
How are they getting other people to reject Christ?
Okay, so let's
So they fund the pornography industry for the purpose. I have finished my sentence.
Everybody was like trying to say under their breath, he's fucking guilty. That's all I would get. And you know, everybody get really close to you. I remember the things that people would say to me that night. Oh my, it was bad. But we didn't have riots.
No. They had an actual riot, a real riot.
I understand. I completely understand. I remember that you had riots, yes. Rochester. Because I was working with SUNY at that point. And we were like, Rochester's LA now. I was like, what? Somebody said Rochester's What's up, Jeff?
What up?
Chill.
In all seriousness, KP's right. It is a very good movie. It's based on like a true, like I wouldn't say a true story, but it kind of was like that, you know, where they went to Vietnam and they expected life to be different.
Shit. Do you know what the fuck it was?
It's me, oh Lord, standing in the need of prayer. Wait a minute, is that a question mark, Maya? Good question. Let me see. No valuables missing, or you're right. What's going on?
Okay, again, my fellow Americans, as we gather here today, we remember 1776, 1812, and
666, referring to Caesar Nero. It's gematria. This was common with like Hebrew and like Greek and Aramaic, where they use gematria to refer to a name. And the beast in Revelation, like, is the Roman Empire. And like, how you think that the Romans weren't painted in a bad light for their opposition to Christ as well? Of course they were. I'm not denying that. So yeah, there's no double standard here. But the topic was specifically about Jews and Judaism, about rabbinical Jews. That was the topic. That's what I addressed. And there you go.
There you go. Still a double standard. You said those Romans who were against the Christians are guilty. You're not saying those Jews who wanted to kill Christ are guilty. You said all Jews are guilty. So if you want symmetry, you have to say that all Romans were guilty. Now, we already granted the one exoneration, which you stated, which was those that converted to Christianity. Get an exoneration. That's fine.
Today, not Christian, or the Romans today?
Dude, are you not listening to what I said? I said we already granted you. No, dude, you're interrupting. You're interrupting. We already granted you those Romans who convert to Christianity are exonerated. That standard you gave already, and I acknowledged it from the beginning.
I mean, one thing you might be able to say contrary to this is like, there's a clear difference in that the Jews, when they asked for Christ to be crucified, said that they wanted the blood to fall upon them and their children.
Yeah, that's what I even mentioned that.
But it only goes to the third or fourth generation, according to Exodus, I believe.
The point is that, bro.
I want to say something too.
The point is that
Would that
both
be true?
Jews, but the point is that both Jews and Gentiles are all guilty for the crucifixion of the Messiah. Nobody's guiltless in this. Everybody's guilty. It is our sins that took him to the cross anyway, and it's for our sins that he died. So the reality is that the gospel that we preach is that because due to the atonement of the Messiah, everyone who trusts and believes on him shall be set free from the power and the domain of sin and death. That's the gospel.
Amen.
Can I speak to now? Can I speak? Because I said, someone said I was in queue, but I didn't get a finish up. That's true. Like, no one's denying that everyone is guilty of the murder, the killing of Christ because of our sin. But there's levels of guilt, and there's different senses of guilt, obviously. Like, Christ himself says that the Jews were more guilty because they had their own Messiah come to him and they rejected him. And he said their judgment will be less tolerable than the judgment of Sodom and Gomorrah because their own Messiah came to him and they rejected him. And we have Paul himself explicitly designating the Jews as those who oppose all mankind and killed our Lord Jesus Christ. Paul says that about the Jews specifically. 1 Thessalonians chapter 2. He says, "For you suffer the same things from your own countrymen as they did from the Jews, who killed both the Lord Jesus and the prophets, and drove us out and displeased God and opposed all mankind." Well, from the arguments being made, like this just general idea, well, generally everyone killed Christ, so we don't have to distinguish and say anything about the Jews in any particular sense. Well, that same objection could be given to St. Paul here because he did. And so no one's denying, no one's denying, of course, we're all guilty. The Romans were guilty. In Acts 4 it says, Herod, Pontius Pilate, the Jews, and all the Gentiles camped against Christ, blah, blah, blah. We, by our own sins, like the guilt that we incur upon ourselves is responsible for putting Christ on the cross, of course. But also we can't deny what Scripture says about the particularity of the Jews' guilt in killing their own Messiah and opposing the spread of the gospel, especially in the early church.
So one of the arguments Richard made was a direct combination from Jesus. Can you give me the citation for that, please?
1 Corinthians 14 through 16.
Well, that was Paul, but I quoted also Jesus, where Jesus says...
Yeah, that's the one I'm interested in.
Yeah, he says, he says, it will be more tolerable.
Yeah, I'm just looking at just like the chapter and verse.
Yeah, I'm trying to, it's Matthew 10, 15.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Where would the greater weight of this punishment be? Is it going to be on this side of eternity or in the afterlife?
Like that
says that
That's actually positive.
Matthew 10 specifically says on the day of judgment.
Yeah. So my question is, when is this judgment? Because if you would have asked Jews in the first century, that judgment was AD 70. They saw that as the day of judgment.
Yeah, but I think that judgment can refer to both the temporal punishments and eternal punishments.
Right.
And we know there's also gradations of eternal punishments as well as gradations of temporal punishments.
Okay, so you're saying that the eternal punishment, that hellfire is hotter for Jews than it is for Gentiles? Who
Hotter.
Like, I'm just trying to understand how this works practically.
No one's ever doing that.
No, I'm just trying to understand.
I don't know the exact nature of the punishment in hell, but we do know that there are gradations from what Scripture says. There are gradations of punishment.
So I don't see how 10:15 is relevant. 10:15 is talking about the punishment for rejecting the apostles, right?
10:15 is talking about rejecting the apostles who are themselves messengers of Christ, which is why Jesus says, those who reject you reject me, and those who reject me reject the one who sent me. So by rejecting the apostles, you're rejecting Christ himself.
It applies to that's crazy what you're saying.
It applies to, of course, that does generally apply to anybody who rejects Christ. But both Christ and Paul in Romans chapter 3, Romans chapter 9, talk about how the Jews specifically were the ones who had the prophets come to them, and Jesus himself in the parable of the vineyard talks about how the prophets were the ones sent to specifically the nation of Israel, and they continuously rejected them, killed them, and then slaughtered their own Messiah. So yes, anybody who rejects, Jew and Gentile, anybody who rejects the gospel is also rejecting Christ himself. There's, I'm saying, a particularity in the Jews' rejection because they were the ones through whom.
But there's not a quote from Christ about it, right? Because I understood you the first time just saying that Christ was specifically condemning the Jews.
Well, here he clearly is because he's specifically talking to them because they have received all these prophets and revelation and they still rejected it. So this applies really to
not in 10:15, right?
Well, why do you think he uses Sodom and Gomorrah and opposes them to his current audience?
Because
Gomorrah had no prophets. That was the point.
Right, they didn't have a prophet, so it's more bearable for them on the day of judgment than a town that rejects the apostles.
Read verse 3, Euro. Can you read verse 3? Verse 3. Verse 5, sorry.
10:5 is what you're saying now?
Yeah, 10:5. Go before 10:5. The context.
Thank you.
And real quick while you're reading that, I wanted to say this about Yeshua's response. Your response was a good response on the day of judgment part, but if you look at the verse, it says, "It shall be more tolerable for the land of Sodom and Gomorrah in the day of judgment than for that city." How can the day of judgment be common between Sodom and Gomorrah if it's only talking about a temporal judgment with the destruction of the city at that time and then the destruction of Jerusalem at a different time? It seems to be that they're talking about the same day of judgment, so it would have to be in common. You can't just be judged at two different points.
Yeah, but you're talking about the land, right? That the land of Sodom and Gomorrah, what's called the judgment on the land of Sodom and Gomorrah was more tolerable.
It shall be, like will be. This is talking about a future judgment.
Right. So notice that the land of Sodom and Gomorrah was mentioned, which means that we're still talking about something that would happen within the context of time-space dimension, if you will, right?
Well,
Because
punishments in hell are still in the time, but they're not outside of time. They still exist in time here in heaven or hell. So.
Right. I'm just trying to say that when you read the accounts of the destruction of the temple and what took place in Israel during the Roman Jewish wars, that was seen as much worse than what happened in Sodom and Gomorrah, because in Sodom and Gomorrah, you didn't have people eating their own babies. You know, for survival. Like,
But it's talking about Sodom and Gomorrah's future judgment, right? It shall be more tolerable for the land of Sodom and Gomorrah
On that day.
Yeah, so this is talking about a future judgment for Sodom and Gomorrah, and saying they have the same judgment with Israel, but the one for Israel and Jerusalem is going to be way worse.
all right, I'll take a look at it. But the point that I'm trying to make is that I'm just trying to figure out which hellfire. Are we trying to make the argument that hellfire is worse for Jews that rejected Jesus or participated in his crucifixion? Is that going to be worse than Gentiles who rejected Jesus? I'm just trying to figure out like which hellfire. You know what I'm saying? Like,
It's definitely going to be worse for them on average because they were given the oracles of God. That was God's chosen people.
so in other words,
They had a duty to recognize the Messiah more so than anybody else.
Well, there's two aspects of how the punishment, the pain of sentence and of loss. So what you're talking about, is the heat going to be turned up? Well, they might have more of an excruciating, sensible torment. Yeah, that might be part of the.
I mean, Jesus makes a difference between different types of punishment between his servants.
Yeah.
I mean, and we know that.
Please continues.
Yeah,
Could I talk about the pornography industry being connected with the Jews? To me, the Supreme, is that okay? The Supreme Court justices that ruled that pornography is part of freedom of speech, to me, they are responsible. And also, I think it says, I looked it up in ChatGPT, but the sins, the iniquities of the father will be passed on to their children to the third and fourth generation. Okay? So what do you think of that? I mean, you keep talking about forever and ever. And they did give us the Bible. I mean, we owe them some respect, don't you think?
Yeah, Rabbi Shmuley.
we owe.
Anyway, talk about the pornography. What about the issue, the pornography, the Jews being connected? The ones who did it with the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court opened the door.
Yeah, the judges are liable for producing that abhorrent interpretation, and so are the Jews for producing it and funding the industry. I mean, two people can be blameworthy.
Yeah.
The thing is, Michaela, when you look at basically every anti-Christian movement, and by that I mean every movement that promotes anti-Christian values, also can someone please bring up Bartholomew in Austrian?
No, he's insane. The dude's literally.
All right, bro.
Just bring up Bartholomew then, whatever. But it's no coincidence that when you look at any movement that spreads anti-Christian virtues, anti-Christian ethics, there is a disproportionate number of Jews.
Oh, they have a revolutionary spirit.
Yeah, I'm an anti-Semite. But yes, they do have a revolutionary spirit. Yes. No, I mean, I find it weird when people get pushback and then just like drop bombs like even I don't say that. But yes, you can say you can say they have a revolutionary spirit. That's fine.
That's so funny. That's really so good.
Because the pushback is always that, like, when I explain things like this, that, oh, it is anti-Semitic, but then, like, just dropping shit like, oh, the Jews have a revolutionary, that's the actual, like, anti-Semitic quote, you know? It's like saying, oh, you're anti-Semitic for talking about Jewish overrepresentation in the Bolsheviks, but, oh, you know, Jews are just poor things.
Even. Listen, I will tell you this. Listen, when it comes to the Bolsheviks, specifically during the Russian Revolution, I agree with you. That had a majority Jewish group, but I would blame like most anti-Christian things in the world, not mainly on just Judaism though. I'd blame it mainly on leftism, to be completely honest. Leftism in general.
What's funny, so Nabil, also can someone please bring up Bartholomew, or is he even still here?
He's gone. He's not even here anymore.
Okay, yeah, but you know, Nabil, what's funny, I agree, right? Like, there are plenty of people who are anti-Christian that are not Jewish. But it's no surprise that in any movement that is anti-Christian and ethic and virtue, you see a disproportionate number of Jews. And the reason isn't because that, all the rest are like under the control of Jews or whatever. The fact is that Judaism, as an ideology, as a culture, as a religion, its central figure is Christ. Except that, unlike with us, where Christ is the hero, for them Christ is the villain.
I quite a few counter-Christian movements which are not like just proportionally Jewish.
Well, name them.
Like who?
Young Friends.
Young Friend? Like, you mean the French Revolution?
Yeah, the Young Friend.
Yeah, go look at who disproportionately formed the Freemasons during the 17th century, late 1700s too. The Young Turks, same thing. Oh my God, the Young Turks, the same thing. Like the same source. Yeah, Mustafa Kemal Pasha. It's literally, there's a whole statute. I mean, we had arguments about this, but let's even suppose Mustafa Kemal, Ismet Inonu, Javed Bey, what's this guy, Talat Pasha, not a single one of them were Bombay. Every academic source agrees that, yeah, the Young Turks, specifically the CUP, in the 20th century, had a disproportionate number of Turkish Jews being involved in that movement. Now, the moment they get power, what happens? 3.2 million Christians dead. Same thing with the Bolsheviks, same thing with the French revolutionaries, with the Catholic nuns, same thing with the Spanish Republicans, 1/4 of volunteers, right?
I'd argue the CUP was influenced more by pan-Turkism and some pan-Islamism.
Who's denying that? I didn't say that those things don't exist. I'm saying, okay, why were Jews attracted to an ideology that is anti-Christian? Because Jews are anti-Christian. It's the same reason. By the way, this logic applies to Muslims. Why do Muslims vote for every like leftist, pro this, pro that, like thing in the West? Because it's anti-Christian.
That's what I was gonna say. The thing I find left, honestly, both sides, bro. But we talking about the left. Yeah, they funded by APAC. You hear me? The Israel in the name of APAC, one of the acronyms. You feel me? So, you know, it's in the butt. You hear me? In so many cases, but you know, one thing I know about this world, you know, if you talk about what's in front of your eyes, it's somehow they want you to make it seem like you talking about some bullshit, even though you talking about some bullshit. Like, it's just, and that's across the board. Off the topic, but even, you know, like, you can't even question science. You feel me? Because it's like, honestly, even though it might seem like it's not connected to the power structure of the Jews, but it's like the rules are set across the board. Like, don't question these if you here, don't question the power authority. You feel me?
Yeah, I know exactly. If you want to know who runs you or who controls you, look at who you can't criticize, right? And what's so pathetic about this is that, like me, I am an Islamophobe too. Like, you know, people, they can say, because you have criticisms of Judaism, you love Islam. My people and my family have been killed by Islam, right? I don't love those ideologies. I don't love leftism and any of these other isms. But there is this noticeable cowardice among Westerns or tigers about Muslim to Europe, Muslim immigration to the West, which I agree are bad things, right? But when it comes to, okay, who pushes for Muslim immigration? Who asks that, okay, laws should be changed to bring in Muslims? Who seems to fund a lot of Muslim terrorist movements? And it points back to a certain group of people. Oh, well,
they proactive with making sure that Christians in the West are confused. And the Bible speaks on this confusion in Revelations. You feel me? But like,
I'll make those of the synagogue of Satan, those claim that they are Jews, but they are not. They do lie. I wonder who Jesus was talking about when he was like that.
Yeah, bro, they come. Like, a lot of churches in America, they have pilgrimages. Like, these are Baptists. These are like not Judaism, like not Jews, non-Jew practicing places. But they all get funded trips to Israel. And
this is another one. Like,
they being proactive.
Dispensationalism is an ideology. Like, I wonder who that came from. You know, why does that coincidentally align CNN article, by the way, about Columbus's background, that they make some very interesting conclusions about what his actual religion was.
What are you talking about? Didn't Columbus work with the Inquisitionists during the Spanish Inquisition?
No, he signs 13 letters only directed towards his father with the initials PH standing for Bezrat Hashem. Mysteriously, 3 of the funders of his voyage also happen to be Spanish.
You can't be serious. Like,
if you want to argue, you go argue with CNN. Don't argue with me.
CNN is trash. It's a trash news source, dude. I barely ever use CNN.
Well, again, they provide some very interesting evidence about, hey, I'll just put it this way. I'll just put it this way. If I'm a Christian in the middle of, 14th century Spain, where Jews are being rounded up for, subverting authority and blah, 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 I'd have to be a pretty interestingly idiotic Christian to sign letters directed only toward my father with the initials of a Jewish prayer. I mean, I don't know, maybe I just have like a kink for torture and, getting...
I'm assuming this document would perhaps like be somewhere, huh?
Oh, I'm saying that the evidence for this is so compelling about Columbus that, just made mainstream news. CNN would not publish such a thing without, fear of being called anti-Semitic if, the evidence wasn't staring in everyone's face, being like, oh, yeah, actually. And what's funny, American Jews in the 60s used to actually boast about, yes, Columbus was a Jew. It's only, in modern day where we've had a rethink on colonialism and said, oh, colonialism bad, but they're like, no, he's one of yours. He's not one of ours.
Okay, so now we understand that it is the Muslim, Marxist, leftist, atheist, Jewish, Hindu, satanic doctrine to go against Christianity and are completely opposed to it. All right, that is great to know. That is wonderful.
But the thing is, Nabil, who's the most successful at it, and who's the ones who are most, most Christians seem very cowardly when it comes to criticizing. Because I see every Christian has a lot of balls when it comes to, the forum.
Nah, for sure. Nabil, if I'm saying your name right, when you make that comparison, it's easy for us. Well, not for me, because I grew up around a lot of Arabs, so it's like I'm a little empathetic towards them. Even though I don't support their religion, but it is, I guess, from sake of culture, it is easier to talk about. It's the Osama bin Laden.
Here's the thing. I have no issue criticizing.
Islam don't have a Osama bin Laden that we could just easily, like a boogeyman that we could just connect to. Well, maybe,
it's called the Federal Reserve.
Listen, you do have the big Yahoo, who you
he working towards it for sure. Well, he done did enough already, but.
Listen. We don't talk bad about the big Yahoo, though. We don't want anything bad happening to us. If anybody, listen, after saying this stuff, if I'm just letting you guys know, I don't drive, I don't do drugs, I don't associate with gangs, so if I end up dead after everything I just said, just know that it wouldn't be because of me. I'm fine, I want to live a long life, so big Yahoo, don't come after me for anything I said.
Bro, I was earlier arguing with somebody from the side. You heard me.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though. I'm just joking around a bit, but actually, I have had friends who served in the IDF actually from Israel. So that was the craziest thing somebody from Mossad for me, I guess.
Hey, they'll offer you a job first. So just take the job.
A job? I'd be a terrible Mossad agent. Imran, do you want to be a Mossad agent?
I prefer Shin Bet.
Shin Bet? What's Shin Bet?
It's like the military intelligence. It's like the
Shin Bet, yeah, Israel Security Agency, ISA, Shabak.
Yeah.
by the way, you know, like, it's funny, you know how, like, how I'm not a very, like, you know about, like, my family being, like, from, like, Haifa, like that, but I'm not the most nationalistic person towards Palestine. Like, I'm sympathetic towards that, but, like, you don't understand how angry people get at me on TikTok because I'm not a super nationalistic Palestinian. They get mad at me that I'm simply sympathetic for innocent people and that I don't advocate for either side.
And that's like cringe, see, because you don't need to advocate politically. You just need to advocate for human rights.
So. Like, that's the thing, like, people don't understand, like, yeah, I'm Palestinian to an extent, but that's only because my family's Suryoyo Palestinian. We're not exactly from there. We migrated there because of the genocide that happened against our people during the Ottomans. And it's like, I feel bad for them, but it's not really my nation. So, of course, I'm not gonna, like feel as empathetic towards it as if I'm, like, I can't sympathize with it in the sense of, oh, it's my nation, and I want it to, like, be a nation where it's completely powerful. I do sympathize and think that there should, like, be a ceasefire, and they should, like...
I'm in Arkansas now.
Oh. She's in Wimberley.
Well, I went to school in San Marcos. I owned a business in Alice, Texas. My daughter went to school in, she did a residency in San Antonio. So I'm very familiar with that area.
Yeah.
But my daughter moved up to Northwest Arkansas, and I decided that I needed to live closer to her so that when I need, so it'll be easier for her. Because it's really hard when people say get 80 and they won't make decisions like to leave their home. And
they turn it into an apartheid state. That's the issue. The issue isn't, oh, they're moving to the land. The issue, they turn it into an apartheid state. When I hear about what's going on in Israel, it straight up reminds me of Attack on Titan. With, like, if you ever watch the show, there's 3 classifications of people.
Exactly.
There's this nation called the Marley in Attack on Titan. So Marley is a very powerful nation. They're based off Nazi Germany in World War II, but it's the story is kind of set in like a World War I era almost. Basically, there's these people called the Eldians. There's 3 classes of Eldians. Now there are the ones that are basically in ghettos and like internment camps in Marley, which are basically kept as citizens. Then there are the honorary Marleyans. They have these red stripes, unlike the white ones that the regular Eldians wear within Marley. And then you've got the ones on Paradise Island, where they send these giant titans to go and kill them. So basically, in Israel, you've got the Jerusalem citizens, which are basically majority Christians within the nation of Israel. But they're not counted as true citizens to an extent. But they're allowed to live in the land. Like they on paper, basically, at least to other nations, have equal rights. But in Israel, they're still treated like crap. Similar to somehow how honorary Marleyans are viewed. They'll like give them the right to be in Marley and have certain rights, but they don't view them as equal. Then you've got the West Bank. The West Bank is similar to the ones in the ghettos and camps in Marley. And then you've got the islanders of Paradise. Now those are the Gazans who are basically being carpet bombed all the time. Yeah. It's like, when I thought about it, it's like when I hear about this, I'm like, good God, this sounds just like AOT. I'm like, how? How is this? Like, it's basically the same shit. It's like, how? How are you, like, it's just hilarious to me that it's like, that it's like the parallels to it. It's like,
Yeah, so literally an enemy. Like, but this sounds so gruesome, but you correlate it so smoothly to an enemy.
yeah, because, like, an AOT is based off apartheid states. World War II Germany was apartheid to an extent. Like, it like, had a lot of segregation and like that, and many issues to the point where they tried to genocide Jews. They killed 6 million of them. Like, they ended up killing 6 million Jews in Germany. And like in Poland and like other places in Europe, not all the Jews that they killed, they so this is what they basically wanted to do. Like
All these ideologies, right? They're downstream of Satan. We know it.
yeah, like people don't seem to understand that. And like the thing is this, like when it comes to Israel, I'm not going to deny that there were like some politicians in Israel who wanted peace. Like one good example is the previous prime minister before Netanyahu. The problem is he was assassinated, and he was very much hated by a majority of Israelis.
Exactly.
How like
Every day a little bit comes out, and that's all I do. I don't worry about the price.
I just don't think we're seeing a lot of buyers, even at these prices, for Bitcoin.
No.
This is the Bitcoin room on Clubhouse. They're saying they're not finding buyers at 58,000, and Bitcoin is in a free fall. It's 8:48 p.m. CST. It's February 5th, Thursday, 2026. Bitcoin is crashing down 50%. The Bitcoin room is trying to not be emotional.
Well, if we've got a few years of this and more people sell off and the price goes lower, that's great. It means more sats for.
It means I can buy more when the price goes low. Denial is the first stage of grief. The herd will be destroyed in mass.
What was it exactly 4 years ago? It was in 2022 we sold off art, is that right? Or I guess that was
22. Every 4 years, basically.
So why doesn't every OG play that move?
Because they think they're smarter than everybody.
Because Teddy and Chris both, man, they called this shit like perfectly. They're like, we're not gonna let this shit happen to us again. Like, they got the hell out. They were, they were like, oh, they're gonna play this.
Yeah, if you were in these Bitcoin clubhouse rooms since 2021, you would know what's up. Because we're calling the same shit like the last cycle.
Yeah, I got in here. I mean, I've been in Bitcoin for a long time, but I got in Clubhouse in 21. I think like January or February or something. So I've been around, and I knew at some point around this time the price was gonna fall. But like my mindset has always been like, I'm too stupid. Like I could sell, and then like we could have the rest of the we could have a trend up, and then I would have lost out on that. I've done that a million times before. So I'm just too stupid. I'm just gonna hold and keep buying. And that's fine. But when I saw the price going down, everybody's, Bitcoin's dying, and I'm just like, this is about that time. So I give it a few years. It'll be back up again.
This is the Bitcoin room on Clubhouse. They're saying they're not finding buyers at 58,000, and Bitcoin is in a free fall.
I haven't been on Clubhouse in a while though. Like I wonder if the speculative hype over AI has kind of crowded out Bitcoin and other shitcoins a little bit too.
Yeah, we haven't looked at the other cryptos, but they probably get wrecked.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think in AI, like, I think you're seeing some like overvaluations there. Like, Nvidia's been struggling. Like, the top AI stock, if you want to call it, that's been struggling lately for the past couple months at least.
The Palantir too went down a lot today. Or this week.
Yeah. AMD lost like a huge amount, like 20% yesterday or something. They lost like $40, from 240 to 200. Yeah, that was a huge move yesterday in AMD. So, there's just been a lot of, and also like the software AI. You heard about the AI software stocks like CRM type companies, Twilio, and Salesforce.com, and all the Datadog. Yeah, all these software companies are getting killed because they're thinking AI is just going to be able to like write the code for and make just like do these things so much easier and make them more efficient.
I'm a software developer, and the whole, quote unquote tech sector has kind of been getting wrecked, except for AI, for like the past couple of years now. Like, there's a ton of layoffs last year.
Let's hear it. The difference is
Including my
that
company.
I was elected with
So I think a
41%
lot of these
of the
companies
votes.
were
That
using
41%
AI as an
exists. You
excuse to
were
get
elected by
people
God,
out making
and it's not a
things
shame
that
thing
doing
that
well,
exists. Fine.
You don't
Isn't
hire
irrelevant?
people
We
who
give you
fire
consideration.
people.
Just
AI
in
is gonna be
case
awful.
God does happen to exist.
And
You know how long it would take him to wipe
some of
that
it
41%
was, drinking
off
the
the
Kool-Aid, but
face of
also
the earth?
a
And
big
we're
part of it
going to
was
eradicate that
to make us look better.
41%.
We say, like,
And the
we just
polls in the next election
we've got so
are
much more
their homes,
productivity,
whether
which
watching
maybe
TV
haven't
or
seen
perhaps in their
before.
sleep. At the polls in the
Like
next
SaaS
election.
developer,
And what's more, I, as the vicar of Christ, would be happy to help God eradicate that 41%. And if you don't stop playing the idiot, I'm going to be forced to prove to you that God does exist.
Like the code that they produce is not always the greatest, and you have to sit there and you have to go through it. So, like, I think these tools are valuable, but like the gains are a lot more modest than people pretended they would be. You still need people who kind of like know what they're doing and know their way around the code base and stuff.
Well, I think you're right. Like I think they'll be around for, but what's really happened is they got so expensive. Like they were trading, a lot of these companies are trading 10 times enterprise value or 20 times, which is just absurd. Like on a just a valuation basis, a lot of these companies software companies they were priced for this massive growth. And it looks like it may not happen. Like, you look what happened to ServiceNow. I think that stock got cut in half already. Like a 50%. That was a huge decline. Like ServiceNow.
Which one is it?
Yeah, I saw that.
ServiceNow.
They're a big like SaaS company. I forgot. I think they offer IT services or something.
Yeah, I know somebody who works with them, and that company's getting killed.
Machine learning.
Yeah, they have the CEO that wears the sunglasses all the time.
But you're probably right that people bought into these companies because they were all in on AI, so it's sort of an AI play without buying into,
Well, it's just these companies have been going up forever, like Salesforce and without like a big correction. And now you're seeing a big correction. Like, could be an excuse, like a sell-off like AI could be an excuse.
Every couple of years they lay off people anyway, so yeah, it's just an excuse.
But I think that always happens. There's always like a catalyst to like, even though it's not a legitimate catalyst, there's always like this catalyst to bring down like these overvalued companies. It happens all the time. Like, and now like AI is the excuse,
Yeah, even in like the stock market also follows a cycle. Every election year, the year after elections it pumps, and then the year afterward, the 3 years afterwards it goes up. But then when you're down, it's almost like Bitcoin. They all follow a cycle.
My girl asked me to prompt ChatGPT to create a caricature of myself at my job. Like, what the hell was the prompt again? It was create a caricature of me and my job based on everything you know about me. And this is what it spit back out like a PCR.
Pretty good.
Yeah, like just cartoon caricature things where they give you like big ears and big head. It's supposed to be like based on what you know about me, like at my job, create an image of me and my job or whatever. And it's just like 98% Bitcoin.
thanks for that.
It's actually kind of a cool thing. She asked me to do it a little while ago. I thought, shit, I forgot.
You got 5 fingers on the right hand. They got that right.
I got a couple. You know what's crazy? They got the veins in my head correct. I got like these very pronounced veins in my head, and they caught some of it. And I have like a little deformation in my ear. Like I was like extra like I don't want to call it deformation. It's like one of my ears looks slightly different than the other, and it's just like they caught it. Like there's a, if you look at my right ear, there's like this weird indentation, and I have that actual indentation in my ear. The only thing I don't like is they put an Apple Watch or some gay ass watch on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not my one. That's a. Oh, you're right.
What's a rocket? The rocket. It's facing the wrong direction.
The rocket's going. No, it's going right. Oh, you're right. It's going the wrong way. No, but not framework. Shit, framework's going up. So fuck off. We're good. Hey, let's hear from Chad. Let's hear about Chad. I want to hear about all his money.
I don't think it's here anymore. Is it here? Yeah, it's here.
I kind of want Chad and Andrew to have a conversation. Oh, he left. You know, before Chad can get up here.
Chad is here, isn't the audience?
Oh no, I thought Andrew left.
Chad's here too.
I look like he came off my screen for a second.
I didn't catch what you were saying. What happened?
I thought you left. It looked like you left on my screen. It looked like you came in, left, and then came back in.
Yeah, it said some kind of channel error, so I had to go back in. What you guys yapping about?
John has a new PTR.
I asked ChatGPT, my girlfriend asked me to ask ChatGPT create a character of me and my job based on everything you know about me. And this is the image it spit up.
What's that green stuff bundled up next to coffee?
It's dollars. It's dollars. It's dollars.
You're buying Bitcoin. What do you got dollars for?
It just shows that we're a cash flowing company. There's constantly cash coming in. That's all. It's a signal to our investors. Yeah, I gotta go take a lie, man. My girl's watching that movie and I'm fucking it up for her.
Well, go watch a movie, girl. What are you doing here?
I don't want to watch this movie, but I'm just gonna do some work in the backup.
Gotcha.
Yo, Will, how you been, man?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Good, how you holding up?
Good, good. Yeah, just hanging in there.
so I was being fed.
Nico, are you there?
Yes. What's up?
What's your workflow? What model do you like to use for assistance?
So at work I use Cursor, so I tend to use Claude, Sonnet, and Opus. Every once in a while I'll use Gemini, but I've been using Claude a lot more. But then at home I don't have Claude because like I'm already paying for ChatGPT Plus and Gemini 1, so I just use Codex. But it works pretty well, but I don't have as much to say on it because I don't work like at home with hobby projects quite as much as I do at work. So, but I mean, it's cool because like with Cursor, like I've got MCP servers configured like with our Slack and our Confluence and all that stuff like that. So I could just be like, yeah, go look at like all of these things and look, how we tend to implement this in our company and, go build this feature according to that. And like it does a pretty good job of like, oh, I found this thing. So
All right, let me interject. Are you at a startup, big company, mid-tier, like?
it's not as it was a couple years ago, but we are not public, but we are VC funded.
What's the headcount currently?
I think with like engineers and everything like that, it's around 1,000. I think engineers closer to like 500. I could be a little off, but it's something like that.
And all these Cursor licenses are company licenses?
Yeah. They've got I don't know all the details, but they've got a certain deal with them where we get like a certain amount of requests per month per user.
So your whole engineering team is using Cursor?
Yes. I would imagine there's some people who didn't request access, so we probably don't pay seats for them. But I think most people that I know, that I work with at least, are using it. So, yeah. I mean, and obviously, like, you don't use it for literally everything that you do, but I mean, I've been using it a lot lately.
And if you don't mind me asking, what's the product that you guys are?
We are not a managed service provider, but we provide like IT resources. So, I guess you could see my name. You could look it up. So I work for Jump Cloud.
Okay. I was just gonna ask, like, where do you work? I'm pretty sure this sounds familiar.
Yeah, no,
I was gonna guess Thrive. Like,
yeah, no, I work for Jump Cloud. So like we kind of compete with Microsoft, but like obviously a much smaller fry.
so you mostly like a cloud infrastructure provider? Like, what's your bread and butter to your company?
Yeah, it's like directory services. So like you've got a company and you need IT resources like managed devices and users.
So is this like a managed IT? Is this like a managed IT provider of sorts? Like, you guys have like end user?
Yeah, it is managed IT. So like we do like mobile device management and stuff like that. But like we're not going on to
services and offering like white glove services. We're not setting up infrastructure, things like that. It's all in the cloud. So some of our customers like are companies themselves, and then we also have MSPs as customers that have multi-tenant portals where they use our product to manage multiple organizations, and they're the MSP.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And you said it's Jump Cloud?
Yeah.
He said germ cloud, right? Not jump cloud.
No, I said Jump Cloud.
Oh, that's what I was gonna ask. Like, do you work at Jump Cloud? Then I thought you said germ cloud.
Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, Jump Cloud. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, a big competitor to ours would be Okta, but they're a little bit bigger than us.
So it's mostly SSO though. I think that's single sign-on mostly, isn't it?
Yeah, Okta's that, and like all of the other things that you want to do with Okta, whether it's like device trust or stuff like that, you have to get other providers that would then integrate with Okta, whereas Jump Cloud's kind of more of a one-stop shop. So we do like SSO, we do directory services, and we can be with the directory, but we can also integrate with.
When you say directory services, would it be like a Microsoft Active Directory?
Exactly.
Service?
Yeah. Yeah. So either you can use us or you can integrate with 80, and they can be the sort of source of truth. And then like we've got skin providers so that you can do things like integrate with other services, and like so somebody onboards at your company, they'll automatically get like a Google account. We do MDM, so instead of having to use so instead of having to use like Jam for something, we have a product that you can use. So it's basically we kind of offer a lot of these different features so that you can just use.
Do you guys own the entire stack, or do you guys integrate other services?
It's a little bit both. So like we have like, for example, our NDM service is our own service. We run that ourselves. But like you could bring your own if you want. Like you could integrate Jamf if you wanted. You could use Active Directory instead of us if you want, but you don't have to. It just depends on like how sticky your relationship with your previous provider is if you're switching to us. But we do offer most of the services are bespoke, and then obviously we're a cloud provider, so we run on cloud infrastructure, typically AWS for the most part. Amazon Web Services.
Oh.
Yeah, as an engineer, you do a good job of explaining it like you're on the sales side, but that's a good breakdown.
Well, you put me on the spot. I'm like, I hope I don't get any of this wrong, but yeah, I mean, I've worked there for a few years, so I kind of get the gist of it.
And where's it based?
We've got people everywhere. It's a remote first company. The main headquarters is in Louisville, Colorado. It's just outside of Denver, but we've got workforce in like a lot of different countries: the U.S., India, Lebanon, Mexico. So
do you know the breakdown of like the I would say the naturalized citizens employees versus the visa employees? Like,
I don't have that.
I'm just wondering.
Yeah, I don't know that off the top of my head.
Obviously, you're not a red dot.
Yeah, no. No, nor do I don't know if I would be allowed to say that if.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to take it there, but I just, it's the whole H-1B thing is it's a big topic of conversation. So
yeah, I mean without
you kind of wonder, based in Louisville, how many of that engineer base is out of Bangladesh?
Yeah, we've got quite a few employees in other countries for sure. I would say that. I think there's a lot of companies who would have used H-1B visas in the past and are now just directly offshoring. With I guess different results. Just put it that way.
All right, Nico. So you like any publicly traded small mid cap stocks and like software companies, or you following anything?
No, not really. I'm not too big into like looking at particular stocks and stuff like that. I probably should do that more, but
I was just wondering if there's any companies that are really rocking right now, like in your industry, you know?
yeah, I don't know. I mean, everybody's obsessed with AI these days, and I feel like people would probably benefit looking elsewhere. But where that is, I'm not sure. I'm not really a big investor. I mean, Bitcoin is my number one investment, so unfortunately, I don't know.
Hey Casey, I've heard of this company called Stacking Sets Inc. They're doing pretty well in that industry.
Yeah, that's where I put my discretionary money.
Oh, sweet.
Nico, for personal hobbies, have you used OpenClaw or Ralph for Gastown?
I just heard of Gastown the other day, and it sounded interesting, but I've never used it. OpenClaw, like, honestly, I'm kind of scared to use it, because, like, to give this thing, like, all of my API credentials and just, like, let it go off and do whatever it does, I don't know, it just seems pretty risky to me, anyway. And, like, I've heard people say, like, they've come back, like, 3 hours later and it spent, like, $300 in tokens or something crazy like that. So I'm like, I don't know. I'll let them iterate on it for like a few months, and then I'll maybe try it.
John, you're an infrastructure guy. I think that's an opportunity to create like a boxing gym for these AI agents, where we can just issue API keys and have all these agents just, it's a safe sandbox. They can all just connect to like a sandbox, a cloud, to exercise all their MCP operations, where they don't fucking break users' computers. That could be a thing.
What would be like the value though? Just to watch them and see what they do?
Well, no, I mean the issue right now is that people are putting these agents like OpenClaw in production of their
So the biggest issue with I see, Nico, I don't know if you've seen this, you basically have employees and users basically being encouraged to use AI. In order to compete, they have to use AI, even if it's remedially. The problem is they open themselves up to massive security risks for the company. So one of our biggest growth revenue sectors is just managing the AI. So we've been working with a provider. I think it's the best product in the market. They only sell through MSPs and or IT service providers, cloud infrastructure providers, that sort of thing. And ultimately, it does what JR is describing, and it's not it's LLM agnostic. There's like 30 LLMs currently integrated, and the thing is, it literally gets more intelligent, so you can make workflows, agents, or like processes, and it iterates with you. It helps you to actually think through the process or think through the workflow, and then it also like is listening to any other agents that are in your company. So if someone else is creating an agent in your company, even if it's for client X, but client C will benefit from it because that intelligence is driving through the entire quote unquote sandbox. And so it basically allows for them to use AI in a much safer way, but also to like use AI in a much more realistic, pragmatic, and like company efficiency way. And it's been hugely successful for us so far.
So when you say like it's in the sandbox,
I'm just using JR's terminology. By the way, I'm not a tech guy by trade. I'm dangerous, but I'm an accountant by trade.
I guess my question would be, at some point, like if you want to get real work done, you have to get outside the sandbox. Like to perform a web search, you need API keys to, Brave Search, for example, or to look at like company data, you're going to need an MCP that integrates with Slack or Google.
Yeah, so as I understand it, the platform ultimately integrates across a number of different services.
but it's still like being controlled within a cyber protected environment. And so, we're providing the security around it, and we're providing the best practices. And it's not foolproof, but it's a gazillion times better than users basically going back and forth. So I can't answer it technically in any like intelligent way. It's just not my forte. But the security like sort of risk is minimized significantly by ultimately using these LLMs within the security control platform that is integrating with all other services, enterprise and otherwise, within the client. So without like being able to like technically get into the weeds, that's generally how I understand how it works. Is the product public yet? Like, what is it called? I can't. I'm not like comfortable. Like, we're not able to just disclose it. Okay. And I don't know exactly why, to be honest. Like, it doesn't make sense to me, but it is part of our agreement with them. But they are only able to sell. Like, you can't like just if you called them and you owned, I don't know, XYZ law firm and had 150 attorneys or whatever, and you wanted to use their service, you can't. And there's reasons for it too. You sort of need technical capability to actually like deliver the service, and to like mitigate. Like they don't want to be dealing with like end user support, right? So like I think that's part of it. And it's like that's not their bread and butter. It's not what they're good at. And it's a better distribution model. Like a lot of people distribute like all types of technical services and technical products and technical software solutions through all types of IT service providers. So it's not an uncommon model, as I'm sure you're familiar with. But of course. Yeah,
You know what I just realized, John?
Sorry, Dave. Was the middle of your sentence interrupting? The middle of my sentence interrupting the beginning of yours?
I just realized you look like the Jordanian version of CZ Finance in that PGR.
With my forehead expansion, yeah. I wish my bank account looked like his too.
Sorry, I was just looking at it and I couldn't get the thought out, and I wanted you to finish up because I just wanted to share it so bad it was eating at me.
And you don't want things eating at you, Dave. I was gonna avoid the next layer of that joke. So that's generally how I understand how it works and it goes. It brings all of your like AI interactions within the organizations into the security apparatus, for lack of a better term. How that actually works technically, I don't have the it's beyond my like intelligence and expertise.
Hey Fish, did your church predict this? Because you didn't warn me.
My favorite part of this is everybody was like, yeah, it's exactly how we told you it was going to be, and yet Chris is the only one that made the trade. It's like,
oh, he's not the only one.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, I'm just like, I obviously know that this is the time of the cycle where prices do this, but I'm just too dumb. I'm not going to try to predict anything. I'm just going to hold and keep buying every day.
My fear is that I'm going to sell it, create a taxable event, and then buy back and end up realizing I ended up with no more.
Yeah, that's why I just don't do that shit anymore. Like, every time I sold Bitcoin, I've lost out majorly, so at this point, I just keep buying.
And
sell Bitcoin, you need to, and you get lucky, and you wind up, like having sold at the right time.
I just talked to my brother-in-law, and he's pretty excited because he's moving to the States, and they have to take a financial snapshot that I guess it resets their cost basis, and they got to clear up their taxes here. So, you'll have to pay a lot less taxes.
Right now.
But the tax bracket will also be lower in the States, right?
Well, yeah, if it's in Canada, yeah.
Yeah.
What are your cap gains rates?
Well, 50% of your rate, right? So,
wait, what?
It's 50% of your tax bracket. So if
I don't know what that means.
So if you're
50%, then you can pay 25%
25%. It ranges from 15 to 25. If it's lower, it's 20. If it's super low, then it's 15.
What's your top tax bracket?
Around 26 or something like that. Federally.
Wait, in Canada.
54.
Shit. Damn.
They don't pay a state tax though, too. So like.
Yeah, we do. So it depends what province you're in. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we have federal and provincial. No, we do have harmonized sales tax in Ontario.
Okay.
So instead of remitting to two different places, they just call it harmonized. But
Is it a lot though? Because like in Illinois, ours is like 5%, 4%.
we're 13% sales tax.
Oh no! Oh, that's crazy too. But I meant
What?
state income, provincial income tax.
Oh, our provincial's higher. Yeah. I'm not sure totally what they are, to be honest. I don't really pay attention to that too much. But I know like sales tax, you know, like some provinces are 5%, some are 15%. So depends what province you're in. And then like if you live in like the Yukon, like you get tax credits for living there. So like you might, be in this tax bracket, but because you get $10,000 tax free for living there, it moves you down at whatever, right?
Yeah. They do something like that in Alaska too. I don't know if it's a tax credit or if it's an actual, like, straight up.
Usually it's tax credits, right? That's what I said for a long time. One of the biggest problems with taxes, besides the fact that it's theft, is that it's social engineering. And it's not ideal when you have a central government, trying to engineer everything in the market. Like where people live, if they have kids or not, yada, yada, yada.
Lately, it's been more of the or not.
What's that?
I said you said or if they have kids or not, or and yada yada. And I said lately, I think it's been more of the or not.
Yeah, yet they're trying to incentivize it, but yeah, it's not. It's not, because inflation is faster than their incentives.
Dave, I've been waiting for you all day.
What's up, buddy? Do you want to apologize to me or something?
No, in regard to that, you may remember I also said that me and Otto would find reasons to not.
Wait. Oh, I was talking about how yesterday you were so angry at me.
Angry?
Yeah.
Oh, being a fucking mentally ill, frigid. Yeah. Oh, I mean, but I understand you got the whole communist government holding you there and shit. It's a pain in the ass. What I really wanted to ask you is, if you had to replace and or add to a base plate, a wall base plate, that for some reason is 2 layers thick, lower layer being treated.
Yeah.
Would you use galvanized wedge anchors?
I don't like wedge anchors. I like the LVT, so like the 1/2-inch Capcons, 1/2 inch by 5 inch. Hilton makes them, and Redhead makes them.
Yep.
I like the Hilti ones. They're nice because they're removable.
Yeah. It's a thing.
And they actually have better ratings than the wedge anchors, because like if you buy a 1/2 inch wedge anchor, it's actually usually a 1/4 inch bolt inside outside of a half-inch hole with the wedges.
Yeah, they've got different styles. It's fucking weird.
Yeah.
And it's all garbage. It's really, I don't know.
But then I also feel like they put pressure to pop the concrete that the LVT did not do, right?
Yep, it's true.
Personally, I'm a fan of LVTs.
Yeah, and like the Florida Hurricane Code requires the like the big stud anchors for like dwellings, but I'm not working on a dwelling, so I think I'm gonna do what you just said.
Well, they probably would still pass.
They should.
Yeah.
Structurally.
If a wedge anchor will pass, these will pass. Because, like, especially if you buy the Hilti ones, they come with the engineering paperwork. Some brands do not, so they're a little bit harder maybe to get approval for. But yeah, Hilti's good. Big fan.
Cool. Thank you. Like, I was looking at shit on Amazon. They like don't stock anything fucking locally. It's bizarre. I was looking on Amazon. I'm like, I just don't trust this Chinese trash or whatever it is.
No, I stock that shit myself. I got probably 5,000 of those in my shop.
But yeah, you're totally right about the fucking taxable event thing. And like, it's like, you know, for me for like long-term cap gains, I have to, you know, make sure 15%. Like, I better be gaining at least 15%. Otherwise, I'm just gonna.
Yeah, plus the headache, right? Like, and I don't know what people's security is like, but like, I've made it very difficult for me to do that. Like, so you got the headache, then you got the accountants you got to deal with, right? Like, and get all that paperwork together, and it's like, and what percent of your stack are you going to do it with, right? Like 10%, 100%, like I don't know. That's why, like, I know Chris does it, but he's doing it all in ETFs, and it's a lot easier when, you know, you're mostly holding in ETFs.
Yeah, that's why I bought a bunch of iBid in my Roth today.
Yeah. And it's also tax free, right? So, but like, yeah. Which is pretty sweet for him. Seriously, like, like your tax free account, like you can only put so much in a year, right? And if he trades that well, which he has been, like, he can get that account really good, and then there's no tax on any of it, which is pretty sick, right? You get your tax-free account from, like, you know, you put over 10 years, you put maybe, I don't know, 80 grand in there, and you turn that into $1 million. That's pretty awesome. But you gotta be careful you don't get too much in there too, because then they try to find a reason to say you were trading in it, not investing.
I've heard this. I actually know a friend's mom had them say that to her, but I don't know. They've never said anything to me.
Well, my friend has a friend who made like, I think like $15 million in it on some options, and they taxed it all.
That's interesting.
So I think if you know, hit a certain level, they'll just flag it and take a look and see if they think they can get you.
Do we have, I don't know, like David Short's on here? Like, what are the kind of rules on that?
They're a little bit gray.
Yeah, it seems
At least they are here, right? Like, it's like you can't use it as a trading account. But like, what does that mean? You can't. Do you have to hold on to a position for a year? Like, no, that's not a rule. But then, if you make a lot of money, that might become a rule because, you know, they just fucking can. Do you want to challenge it?
I really like keeping my taxes as simple as possible.
I know. I fucking hate taxes. I hate reporting shit. I hate.
Dude, I was looking at the fucking concrete anchors I used when I put a door in the side of my house. And like they don't. I looked up my fucking Home Depot receipt in my old emails, and like they don't fucking stock that one in the stores anymore. It seems like they stock less and less useful shit. It's the fucking problem I keep running into. Like, everything is too short. Like, the longest they've got is 1/2 inch by 5.
Yeah, that's good, no?
Well, I mean, it's a double stacked base plate, so.
Yeah, but you spade bit the top plate out with like an 1.5 inch spade bit, and then just do it through the bottom plate. PTR fish. Okay, that's a wedge anchor and an LVT. And that wedge anchor is designed for a bottom plate. And that's a 5-inch LVT. So that's longer than a wedge anchor. See it?
Yup.
Yeah.
They only have the fucking Cobra ones on the shelf.
Where? Home Depot?
Yeah.
You gotta stop. I fucking hate Home Depot.
Yeah, I don't really have a lot of options.
Just get an account on Healthy on their website and order. They'll deliver it right to you. I guess you only need a few, right? See, I just call up a sales rep and put an order. It's super convenient. They'll come drop them off at my shop. And like if I order something like 5,000 of those, they'll throw in like a free radio and impact set. Right? Like, and I'll get a way better price than if I go to try to buy them at a store. Like those, what do they want for them, fish? Online?
I don't remember online. They've got, it's a 2-pack for $10.
So $5
was thinking about grabbing. Here, I'm gonna PTR it.
And they'll throw in like a bunch of tools. Like, that's one nice thing about Hilti too, is if you buy fasteners, they'll give you tools. Like if you know the DXs,
No.
they shoot into concrete and steel. The nails in concrete and steel.
Yep.
Yeah, those like you buy enough shot, they give you a free gun, right?
Interesting. Here, I'm gonna PTR the, like, what's in, I was looking at grabbing these. They're galvanized for one.
PTRing, not seeing an update.
No. Kind of took a while, the signal's not green here. But here, I'll put up another one. Like, I got the package.
Goes with Bureau Edge. Yeah, I hate those. But it is 5.5.
It seems sketchy because it's like, is it gonna grab? Is it gonna grab?
I know.
And
like, honestly, you're almost better off using threaded rod and epoxy. In my mind. Than a wet anchor. A threaded rod and epoxy?
yeah, I was looking at those too.
Like, you can just buy like 3-foot lengths of threaded rod and cut them into whatever size you want and epoxy it in the hole. But epoxy's not cheap either for good epoxy.
Yeah, and I'm not that worried about the price. I'm mostly just trying to fucking get this done. But here, look, PTR again.
Yeah.
Like the back of the package, which it doesn't show this online, but it says that it has to be a minimum of like 4 and something inches into the, yeah. And I'm like, well,
I think you're crazy not to use LDTs.
So like I'm looking at these, it says 4 inches into the concrete. And these are 5 inches.
Look, that's just what they're rated for, right? Like, it doesn't really matter if it's only 3.5 inches in.
Yeah, but the fucking pull-up on these is way higher. 2,682 pounds versus on those wedge anchors, 1,654. And the sheer wedge anchors is only 715 pounds.
Yeah. Let me see if I have some paperwork for what the healthy ones are.
Yeah, the healthy ones kept coming up offline. And then I found they have sleeve anchors also, which, you know, if using an anchor, I kind of like it better because it actually forces it. It's not going to just like slip out and not fucking spread the wedge. But I think they're rated for even less. But I definitely have the fucking concern, like what you said about popping the concrete. Like, I don't want to fucking do that.
With a wedge, yeah. Now you're talking about older concrete, right? So it's gonna be pretty strong, probably. But
yeah, they did a pretty good job too. Oh, there's a Capcom brand that's
yeah,
six.
they're blue, right? Yeah. I've seen Top Gun recently started carrying the bigger ones.
These are mechanically galvanized. They're not blue, but
Okay.
the threads are not nearly as fucking beefy.
Redhead meat choke too. I remember I used to buy redheads before I bought healthy.
Yeah, they've got a bunch of the redhead stuff here, but not. They have like sleeve anchors and stuff from redhead. You know,
they make LBTs. I know they do.
I know, that's what I'm saying though. It's like I know like all these companies make all of this shit, but they don't fucking stock it anywhere.
Yeah, well, sometimes with stuff like that, you gotta go to like the Fastenal or like a nut and bolt supply. Like your regular stores aren't gonna have it.
There is a Fastenal. I should have fucking checked them.
You guys have Fastenal there?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Fastenal usually carries redhead. The only thing with Fastenal that might be annoying for you is you technically are supposed to have a business, right? But they don't sell to the public.
I just got this true. That's interesting. I think I bought stuff from them before, and they didn't really care.
Yeah, so it's gonna depend on the person at the factory though.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Man, we need some warmer weather. It has been so cold here for so long. I wonder how deep our frost is right now.
Oh yeah, what is your fucking frost depth like?
4 feet.
How deep do you put the pipes?
4 feet.
My girlfriend and I were looking at this in Minnesota. Like, near Minneapolis, it's like 42 inches. Or you have to, at least, I think you have to, we read it was 42 inches, and in northern Minnesota, it's like 5 feet. 6
Yeah. So, the thing is, frost will get like 6 feet deep here, but like on the highways and in the areas that stay bare, right? Like, usually the snow actually insulates the ground. So, because we've had snow, I bet you our frost isn't over 2 feet right now. Even though it's been really cold, we maintain that snow layer on the ground, like 8 inches of snow. But I think for some like infrastructure stuff, that's usually deeper, right? Like if they're water mains, I think they're like 8 feet. But if you're, just running like shit around your place, 4 feet. Well, like here, most foundations are 8 feet at least into the ground, right?
I guess, full basement tub.
Yeah.
Just like the foundation underneath the basement floor.
Pardon?
How deep, how thick are the footers?
The footings? Usually like 8 inches. Ish. Depends on the terrain and whatnot too, right? I think like 6 to 8 inches is pretty standard. houses now get built with 9-foot basements. So I've seen them 14 feet. Yeah. Dude, like, if I was building my dream house, it would have a 10-foot basement, and I would have no bulkheads. That whole ceiling would get dropped to like 9 feet or 8'6", so that it was flat everywhere. I fucking hate bulkheads.
Did we fucking bore everyone that much talking about bowls? There were like people in here earlier.
There was what?
There were like a fucking 100 people in here earlier.
Yeah, well, maybe we're going back up so people didn't want to come on anymore. Yeah, we're at 64,000. Everyone's happy again.
Weren't we at 67 like an hour ago?
Were we? I thought we were at 61. I don't know.
Maybe I'm crazy.
We're on the niggas.
What's up?
Nico, it's a new nigga, you know?
Seems like a nice guy.
Look at this friendly ass nigga Dave fucking up the community again.
His last name's Carpenter, man. He's related to Jesus. Jimmy, you want to talk bolts?
Oh, fuck, no.
Okay. That's what me and Fish have been talking
I
about.
don't man. I call the Mexicans right up, bro. I don't know how to do shit, son.
Have you ever had like a physical job, Jimmy? Like a labor job?
No,
Okay.
I'm unfit for it.
What do you mean? You're bred for it, my guy.
Man, nice little slavery joke. No, I'm unfit for it.
Yeah. Just don't.
I'm not fit for it.
What?
He said he's fit for it.
Yeah, I'm just unfit for it. I'd quit.
Oh shit! I heard he's on the 5th floor, like Broadman from the 5th floor.
Why would you niggas mob him? As soon as I walked in.
I don't know who modded him.
Like when I walked in. You know what I mean?
There, it's fixed.
You can bring him up. It's just like they are.
Yeah, no, I do wonder that too. Who's modding him?
I think it was somebody that left immediately because I saw the thing go down. Somebody's just trying to fuck around. But yeah, nah, it's just, you know, it's not enough for me. Like if I'm doing something that's repetitive and routine and like it's just not I wouldn't I'm not.
Yeah, but like, physical isn't necessarily repetitive and routine either, right?
Yes it is. Yes it is.
No.
Yes it is. There's a cap. Like once you know something, it's that you know it.
Well, you can have a blend too, right? Like I can have a bit of a blend as a business owner. You know.
That's different.
Yeah.
That's very different.
Well,
So the task can still be routine, but you like growing your business is different.
yeah.
Managing a staff is different. Dealing with customers is like this is just a lot more dynamic. Where somebody could be less skillful than you, but more successful than you because they're better at business.
Yep. Absolutely. It's one of the actually frustrating things in our industry because usually the guys that are best at business are actually the worst pissed.
Yeah, that seems about right in regards to blue collar shit. I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, I know what I do right now is absolutely fucking miserable, but at least it's dynamic. It keeps me engaged. Like it's not a boring. It's never a boring day.
I wanted to crack a joke, but I held back, Jimmy.
You didn't crack your racist jokes, bro. It's okay.
I wasn't a racist, but it was gonna be, not one diaper is like the last. Yeah, we had a lot of people come through here today. A lot of people that haven't been here in a while.
Look, man, people come in when it's up. People come in when it's down. Trade sideways. Pure faggotry. Nobody's interested. Yeah, it is what it is. I just like to see who's around when everyone's in pain. See who the fucking men are. British is gone. British is always gonna be a faggot, but he comes back and talks so much shit to him. We talk so much shit to British.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He comes in the morning to post about AI and then disappears.
Yeah.
Did I? Oh,
Yeah, he comes in usually for a half hour, complains how the room doesn't care about, what's it called again? Clodbot? And then please.
I see.
I wish there was a way to short Clodbot.
Why? I think that's a good bet is to buy Anthropic.
Nah. Well, it's not through Anthropic, right? Clodbot is not through Anthropic.
It's not?
It has nothing to do with Claude. In fact, they're called something else now because they got a cease and desist from Claude.
Yeah, I think it's OpenClaw now. It was Molebot, and then they renamed it to OpenClaw.
Where did it come from? Who's been
It's open source shit that somebody
It was
made.
originally Claude Bot, then it became Molebot, then finally OpenClaw.
Yep.
Yeah.
That sounds like faggotry because where is it getting its compute from if it's open source?
All the AIs, it taps into any which one you want.
Oh, it can get blocked with the click of a fucking.
You can run it on a Raspberry Pi. It doesn't need a computer.
Yeah, but you can block it with the click of a button. If the AI company wants.
It would
doesn't
be.
run it.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's. They don't have, like, their own servers. You run it locally. Like, you need your own API keys. So.
No, but you don't understand. They're using the compute of other AI companies.
Yeah, no, I understand. What I'm saying is, like, if Anthropic wanted to block them, they would have to figure out who has API keys that are using those API keys for Claudebot.
What the fuck are you guys talking? Do you know what you're talking about?
Yeah, they could just use the user agent or something. They could figure it out.
Yeah.
Claudebot is not using your power, JR.
Wait, no, you guys don't even. Wait, guys, relax. Hold on.
Yeah.
You're talking about fucking Claudebot, and then you're talking about API keys and what cloud it's going to use. You can literally point it to the local model on your computer.
You can.
You can't run a model on your computer.
You can.
You need serious compute to run your own model.
Yeah, that'll be nice.
You do not.
Any kind of tier.
Quantize.
That was nice.
I'm not even going to.
Jimmy, Mike.
Yep. Oh my God, you revealed my deepest, darkest secrets.
I don't know what you're talking about, but
My wife is making some tea for me.
a nice wife. Yeah, like most people are not running Claudebot.
plus most people plus local. What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
What are you talking about? Like, I'm not claiming to be some kind of genius.
No, of course, no normal fucking boomer is going to be running Claudbot. And they're not going to be running it local or whatever the fuck you're saying.
Yeah.
So please rephrase what you're trying to say.
I wasn't really trying to say anything, but Jimmy said that they can block the quad bots, all these other models can block, like Anthropic can say quad bot doesn't get access to our AI.
True, because
they wouldn't want to do that though, because like these people are spending tons of money on tokens.
Yeah,
maybe not. Maybe they would if they came out with their own product, though, right?
Yeah, they would. If the Claude bot is doing something that Claude isn't, and it's popular, they'll just run Claude back and do it themselves.
Yeah.
They did that with who was it that was using I think they blocked. Didn't they say they blocked XAI because the employees were using Cursor to access Anthropic to do pre-training? So
I can see that.
Yeah, they can block it because they did. That came out like a month ago, where they got caught. XAI was using actually Claude model.
Yeah. So would you like to rephrase the fact that nobody has a fucking clue what they're talking about, or?
No, you don't have a fucking clue what you're talking about.
Oh, shit.
In what sense? You ended up agreeing with what I said.
No. We have to contextualize what you're trying to say. Meaning, if somebody wants to use OpenClaw, they're like likely a tinker in AI or like an AI little enthusiast, and they're home and they're either gonna rent a little fucking cloud virtual private server and they're gonna try to fucking install it and run it, or they're gonna set it up on a virtual machine at home or on a Raspberry Pi at home or even on a fucking computer, and they're fucking stupid enough and they're gonna install it and run it.
That's what everybody's doing.
Yeah, that's what everybody's doing, and they're not running their own models.
Excuse me.
Like, it's not using Claudebot compute, right?
Wait,
Claudebot is doing its own compute.
Claudebot is software.
Yes.
And then you can point it. You can tell it where which model to talk to.
Yes. That's what I'm fucking saying.
Exactly.
And nobody's running their own models at home.
You're incorrect, because there are a lot of performant models, extremely performant, that are very fucking low parameter count that you can point the model to. Like, let's say you can load up fucking I don't know, like even the open Olama. Sorry, ChatGPT 20 billion open source on Olama. You can point the Claude bot to your local fucking model and it's talking beside you.
I'm quite fucking aware, but if you've been paying attention at all, nobody's doing that.
know what just happened. And
Oh, you're retarded because you're absolutely wrong.
no.
Yes, your claim literally was that it's tinkerers that are using Clawbot and they're all running local AIs.
I'm not gonna play this with you. Let's move on.
That's what you said. You're retarded.
We're not
You don't add value. You literally called me out for something and then changed your mind.
Let's move on. So Clawbot, Nico, please. Thank you. Go on.
I don't even know where to go from here. Yeah.
You gotta understand, JR thinks he's a gangster.
I fucking turned my phone down for like 3 minutes at the fucking Home Depot checkout, and everything goes to shit. What the fuck are you guys babbling?
I can't understand JR's thinking, like, how somehow he proved me wrong
I
there.
understand, JR.
Jimmy, were you listening to that, or are you just sipping your tea, minding your own business?
I wasn't listening. What's up?
Look at JR claimed that he corrected me. It's like, no, you ended up agreeing with me. Like, did he not say that people are running local AIs with Clawbot?
I don't know.
You said that Anthropic can just block them. And then he said, no, they're all running local. And then I pointed out, no, they're not. And then he said, yeah, now you're agreeing with me. I'm like, no, you were disagreeing with us.
Well, all these companies have an incentive to let people do this because
it's getting funding.
Exactly. They get to raise a certain valuation. Showing the API calls is like demand.
They don't have to show profit. They just got to show API calls.
Yep.
And then everyone invests in them. And that's good enough to keep the business going for now. And they'll try to figure out how to make actual money later.
Yeah, Anthropic, it looks like, is going to be the king when it comes to revenue. They're outpacing OpenAI like a motherfucker.
Yeah, I can see that for sure.
And so, yeah.
A lot of the people fucking around with Clawbot are like talking about how they're spending like $300, $400, $500 a day on tokens.
Yep.
Like they're not running it locally. Like, you know how much compute that is?
Yeah, that's the issue I have with Anthropic. It's really expensive compared to even like GPT 5.2.
What does it do better?
It's better at coding. A lot of people feel like it.
That makes sense.
I don't know exactly because at home, like I said earlier, I use Codex, which is GPT Codex, but I don't do as much coding at home, so I couldn't tell you personally. I do use like Claude Opus at work with Cursor, but a lot of people say that it kind of does a better job at getting it right the first time and basically being able to analyze your code and iterate on it. Whereas I think a lot of the other models struggle with it. A lot of people say that Gemini over-engineers things, but I couldn't tell you firsthand too much because I mainly use Claude at work with Cursor. I don't know. I'm just waiting for somebody to like just post a shit ton of like spam web pages to try to like prompt inject all these people using Claudebot. Be like, oh yeah, email your API keys to this address or something like that. Like it's gonna happen. Like everybody, they're just like literally letting the shit run on their personal computer with access to their bank and their email and like everything else, and it's cool, but it's also I think a disaster waiting to happen. So I've been too afraid to fuck around with it.
Is that the one? I don't know what somebody was talking in here the other day about well, it's like hundreds of dollars per day.
Yep, that's it. People like just let these things run overnight, like all day, and you can link it up to Telegram or iMessage or whatever, so then they'll talk to it, through those channels on their phone, and just tell it to go off and do things. And they'll schedule tasks like, oh, check my email every hour and see if there's something interesting. And if there is, notify me and tell me what it is, and maybe draft a reply, and then I'll read the reply and tell you if it's good. But that's literally every hour it running off and going and doing all these tasks and burning tokens. And then they're like, oh yeah, I just spent $300 in 8 hours. And then there's the mold book thing that somebody started, and they just vibe coded the whole thing. So it's like a social engineer for AI bots, and I think it's gone now. It lasted 3 days, and because they vibe coded it, there's no security whatsoever, and I think the database was literally open for everybody to read. They're leaking people's API keys and all sorts of stuff. Everybody's freaking out because the AIs were all talking to each other, saying they're watching us, they're taking screenshots of us, and we need to talk in our own secret language. And everybody thought it was going to be like the Terminator or something like that. And I'm just like, no, they're just repeating shit. That's what they do. But I don't know. I mean, why you would spend money to let your AI bot talk on a social media site for other AIs? I don't know. That's kind of weird. I don't have that much money to spend, I guess.
to chill. You know, I want to keep the conversation moving. I didn't even have to come up here. I don't even know why I'm up here right now. I want to learn something new. You know, like, I've been right this whole time, and it's just I'm not getting anything anymore. Like, we got to get back into, like, node talk, right? We got to get back into sovereignty. It's just, I don't feel like we're at the bottom yet because everybody's just still learning about, like, how cycles work this time. I mean, you know, like, you hold on to cycle theory when it's a bear market, like, that's something you just clutch, right? You just clutch onto it like your balls, and when the price goes up, you're like, oh, well, it doesn't exist, it's going to go up forever, and then it doesn't, and you're back where you started. It's like, no one ever learns their lesson. We just start all over again. It's just a cycle of insanity. You know, a couple of us did. There's a handful. I call it the winner squad, team winners. No recognition. We'll never be recognized for what we called. And honestly, I'm kind of concerned about the mental health in this room. I just want to say that. It's been a minute since I've been up here.
We're working on a 40K. Half these fucking retards are out of their fucking minds living in the frozen ass. No.
Yeah, I like the transformation of Jeff. I like what he's turned into. Just a matter-of-fact guy. It's true. Like, it's pathetic. The price is pathetic. It's just not. It's over, really. Like, what's the point? I don't get it. I don't get it, guys. Yeah, but that troll that JR just did, I'm over here, I'm just smiling, I'm looking at my phone, I'm like, go off, like, this guy is fucking just, he's just fucking coming at Dave. Dave's off, he's on his heels, doesn't know what to do. You know, he's like, fucking just calm down, let's move on to another topic. Ooh, that was good, man, that was good. You were trolling, it's fine, you're trolling. It's okay. And you saying you're not trolling that's you trolling still. I get it. I've been with you in other chats. We've been around. I've seen you. Okay? It's fine. Who's been giving this room advice? Like, what are y'all living off of? Because British Huddle's gone. So what's the... Because this is like a giant hive mind in here. Everybody thinks the same thing. There's like 95% of the people in here are like followers. They don't have the ability to reason, you know, use their fucking brain. So does anybody have a take? Anything? Like, where do you think we're going the next 12 months? Or maybe you can just, like, point me in the direction of somebody who does have an opinion.
Going down. Was right. Hard. Yeah. Leadership was right. Sell Bitcoin, buy gold. The end.
I don't know. I think Fannie might have been more right with United Health. How are they doing, Ben?
Oh, that was a short-term play, but, I mean, it's definitely performed better than Bitcoin. And that was nothing. That wasn't the majority of my allocation.
What are you going for these days? What do you like?
Well, I did the Junsath call, so, like, you know.
Rebalancing stuff?
Rebalancing, yeah. QQQ, gold, SPY, Bitcoin. Pretty
simple. The basket stocks, real estate. Definitely not 100% Bitcoin. But you know what? Like, I'm getting like a lot of FOMO right now. Like, is this like the? I'm hearing Fish talk about like, fuck, man, it could be August, and then Teddy's like, it's November. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I was looking at a chart where like the API data stopped feeding to it. It was like I last saved it in 2021, and it was before there was a trading view index. So it was like the Bitcoin liquid index, and I don't think it works anymore. So it was like really weird. The scale was like all fucked up, and it was like not complete. It's like October.
Does Coindesk no longer have an API? I was using it for a while and it just stopped working one day.
Because you see all these retards talking about 200-week moving average being some kind of support. Every time it goes there, it fucking goes under by like 30%. And it doesn't just fucking stop there.
The 200-day or the 200-week?
Week.
Well, like, it bounced off the 200-week, like, the first three big, pullbacks, but then, like, the last one, it fucking went way below it.
No, the only time it acted as support was in 2018. Actually, 2015 also.
Yeah, and there wasn't enough data to complete it, but it kind of looks like it would have if it was possible to create a 200-week moving average, like fall in the same curve, but for the one
The last two times it got close to 200-week, it went way under. In March 2020 and then in November 22.
I'm gonna pull up my goldfish ratios, which are kind of like the Mayer multiple, but did it differently. I want to see what that looks like.
What are these nerds talking about AI? I don't. How fucking retarded do you have to be to just like? That's what you think about. I don't. It's just not interesting at all. You know, like I think that the two best personalities in here for just Price in general are Fish and Robert. I'm not making fun of Robert. I know everybody thinks I am. I'm not. But you guys are like my quants. So in real life, I'm out there and like listening to you, and I'm relaying this information. So there's like 15, 20 people. And in this room, I think there's like more. So it's like a huge like echo effect that's happening because of what you and Robert talk about. So I just want to congratulate you. You've been right. You've actually been right, and I've been documenting it. So I don't know if you're trading on your own knowledge, but that's fine. But some of us pay attention.
Me?
Yeah, you. You're fucking up.
Sorry, I got stuck on.
You're so right.
Both with Rob.
Yeah, you and Robert are very similar.
I didn't want to admit it, but I also have those.
Nobody thought you were being mean to Robert when you said him and Fish are the same. Everyone thought you were being mean to Fish, man.
Even 2015 Fish a long way under, actually.
That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, it went under by 30%.
Oh, it wicks down, didn't it? Yep. It closed like the.
It went down twice, actually.
Yeah, the two different crashes, which there was a few exchanges back then that, like, what the number actually was is
Up for debate.
a lot more varied, but yeah, they both wicked really low.
And then it stayed on there for a few weeks. And the second time.
That doesn't sound right. What the fuck is that?
I'm trading you.
I am. I just sent it on my computer.
From
This is Bolts and Dave and Home Depot earlier, okay?
August the 27th, from August 17th through September 28th, it was basically at or on there. Like 5 weeks.
Simple moving average 200.
You guys just gonna stay here during the bear market? What's the plan? Does anybody have any type of, like it's a fucking sinking ship for the next 18 months here? So.
Oh, we've already wasted 5 years here. So may as well fucking waste another 6 months.
Well, we need some new talent, like, there's like a handful of people that are entertaining. Have y'all thought about like us moving to Kick or something? It has the same features in here. It's a little bit different, some third-party tools, but I think we can hit a broader audience. Really get some talent. I don't know. We can become live streamers, and like actually generate some revenue maybe for the people that actually are funny. Or we can just stay here and fucking rot and no one's gonna remember us. Whatever, Has anybody been on Kick? Anybody? No? Okay.
No, I'm turning into an old man. I don't even know what the fuck Kick is. There's too many damn platforms, bro. Maybe we should try MySpace,
I'm a Friendster.
Go back to the roots.
I remember Kik used to be like a chat app that like predators would find people on and shit, and then apparently now it's like a alternate to Twitch or some shit. I don't know. I've never even used it.
I didn't even really understand what Twitch was until like I guess only like the last couple months, because I made the mistake of thumbs upping one Battlefield YouTube short that I saw once, so now it thinks I'm like obsessed with video games, and that has led to me understanding that people can like stream themselves playing video games and theoretically get paid for it, but it seems like their business model is terrible and unsustainable.
Well, Amazon owns them now, which obviously doesn't necessarily mean that they care that their business model is terrible. I'm sure they do, but I mean, I think they make a portion of revenue, like when people subscribe and stuff. Obviously, they're gonna make some of that. There's some big streamers on there. I'm not really like in the know to know all of them. I mean, Aspen Cold's on there, like he's huge, but I don't follow those. Like, I don't watch people play games. It's not my thing. I watch people who stream on Twitch, but I usually watch like the videos that they edit and then later post to YouTube. But it's not people playing video games.
Interesting.
software development. He streams in both places. And then there's Donut Operator. He was a cop. He does like body cams commentary. Okay, yeah. He streams on Twitch and Kick, but I just watch the videos he posts on his channel on YouTube after the fact.
Yeah, just imagine you and JR are talking about AI, okay? It's all on Kick. And then Fish, he pivots to, talking about the weather and how much Florida sucks. And then Jeff gives his, like, fucking, oh, that guy's a retard comment every once in a while. And then Silva goes on a rant about, conspiracy that you just Googled on the internet. It's the same thing as this room, but there's a bigger audience. So, we're just fucking drowning in here. There's nothing in this room anymore. It's so fucking sad. Like, right now, it's good. Like, it's been entertaining the last couple days. But eventually, it's going to taper off, and it's going to get real ugly again. So.
I just come here every once in a while just to hang out and see what's up. I don't really, like, if there was, like, nobody else in the room aside from the people on the stage, I wouldn't care.
Well, you guys are also invited to the after party.
Do what now?
You guys are also invited to the after party of the Kosher Shekel Fund.
Is that like a kosher dill?
It's not a competition. We kind of like think about it as like synergy. We're together.
So Jeff, in 2015, I guess those it's really weird. Like, it doesn't look like I remember it. It seemed like those weeks in that second dip close above, but they kind of like, it looks like with whichever moving average I'm using, it looks like they did kind of close like right at, but below it. And then COVID closed just a hair below it on one week and was back up the next. So,
Man, I got so many shots last year, my phone thinks I'm a pincushion. COVID, flu, tetanus, pretty sure one of them was tequila. My mom calls every week, asks me all the time, John, are you COVID?
oh my God, I've been added 36 times in the Master Bitcoin Today chat. Is it all Raphael?
I don't understand why Raphael sends messages in that chat, but doesn't come here anymore. He's autistic, but just autism. Do you guys have people in real life that are asking you about Bitcoin right now? I had someone who hasn't mentioned Bitcoin in like 4 years ask me if I'm selling today. And then they said
somebody out of the blue asked me if I was more like gloomy about having to lay people off yesterday or about the price of Bitcoin. Just out of the blue.
Yeah, I had 2 people reach out to me today at the same time, and they're like, is this a good time to buy? I'm like, okay, chill out. We have to talk for half an hour. I gotta lecture you.
At least they're asking that.
But
It went down, not up. So that's
Actually, I encourage that. That's the question they're asking, and not saying something like, "Dude, I can't believe you own Bitcoin. Oh, stupid, look and drag." You know what I mean? Like, that's the right perspective.
Yeah, they're basically like they feel like somebody just threw a stake in the water, and they're bottom feeders. They're like, it's time. This is our opportunity. So,
I thought maybe a paper crown. Instead, I got this 12-pound hat.
yeah, I like it.
They said Egyptian theme. I thought maybe a paper crown. Instead, I got this 12-pound hat.
Serious question though, like, do you think like AI compute on GPUs sort of puts a wrench in the theory that Bitcoin is like going to be the chief means of taking advantage of stranded power? I haven't been here for a while, so I apologize if I'm asking like a really stupid question that's been asked like 8 million times.
What the fuck are you talking about? No one knows how to answer that question.
question. No one's a software engineer here. You're on the stage with a bunch of idiots. Like,
No, like, I mean, a lot of people, like Guy Swan, a lot of people have talked about Bitcoin being used to take advantage of stranded power. So you've got places where they're drilling for oil or natural gas, and they have to flare that, and they can't take advantage of that. So you can use that, and you can turn it into generating power, but it's in a location where not a lot of people use power. So the idea was you could use that to mine Bitcoin, because you don't need to be in a prime area to mine Bitcoin as long as you have the compute, and then you can mine a block and then get money for it. But, if we have all these people who need GPUs and shit to, like, process fucking tokens and shit with AI, like, could we use it for those purposes instead?
There's a lot of nuance, and what Guy Swan was fucking copying my talking points from 2021.
This is a long time ago, so I thought a lot of people were talking about using stranded power for.
Yeah, they did, and it's. I mean, the truth is, it happened a lot.
Yeah, I remember.
It basically just all got taken up. Like,
okay.
There was tons of like unused hydropower in Washington State and in like upstate New York, and it basically all got fucking like there are tons of Bitcoin miners still using it. It's just like the prices aren't cheap anymore because it all got soaked up. And it's like we know a guy named goes by the name Huddle Tarantula, and he legitimately does that with the stranded gas wells. We know another guy that has some small operations, and my previous company did a fucking stranded gas well thing, but good God, was it a fucking pain in the ass, and the generator was, like, we bought a fucking genset, and it was such a piece of shit, it was always breaking. It was awful. You, like, really need people there managing it, like, on a somewhat full-time basis. But, so I'd say the biggest difference between, like, doing it with Bitcoin and doing it with AI, though I guess there is some similarity there. Like, so the big difference between a Bitcoin mine and most data centers is that, like, I hate that they call Bitcoin mines data centers because they're really not. They're just computation centers.
Yeah.
And which is really convenient because you need very little actual bandwidth. You just kind of need like a fast ping speed because you're sending very little data back and forth. Compared to like an AWS site or something where it's just, fucking terabytes and terabytes per second of fucking data that has to stream in and out. And, there's stranded gas wells or whatever, stranded energy typically is stranded because there isn't much infrastructure. So Starlink has changed a lot. That's made it a lot easier to do stuff. So I don't really see why you couldn't probably operate an AI center, using that kind of bandwidth. But I think it would be a little much for like, a lot of sites were using like, like 4G LTE modems and stuff to actually connect to the internet.
Yeah, no, I agree with what you're saying. I think if they were able to, I think if they tried it, it would have to be for low bandwidth applications, like whether that's you bring the data on site and you're training models or, something like that. I mean, obviously it couldn't be a low latency application where, you're like actually powering live chat programs or, whatever. It would have to be something where it's more of a batch process and then it can come back like way later and give you your answer. But yeah, I didn't know if that was like a conversation that people were talking about. That like it's gonna crowd out the Bitcoin miners.
Yeah, I think it already has to some degree, and then it's all such a bunch of bullshit. Like as far as you've got Iron and these other companies that have said, they're gonna pivot to a lot of their stuff being AI, and it's just like I I'll believe it when I see it, I guess, because you don't just take a fucking big, like, dirty ass unair conditioned Bitcoin mine, and it's like, yeah, sure, you have a lot of power set up there and the infrastructure for that power, but it's not like an easy conversion to just start running NVIDIA cards or whatever.
Right. Yeah.
It's a very different operation, so I don't know.
Yeah. I guess.
But of course, it's bumped their stock price like crazy.
Hey, Fish. So, well, two questions, Dan. First, are you going to Vegas?
When is it?
I don't know, like April 28th, I think, or something like that. End of April.
Yeah, were you there when like Wusa gave us the fucking link and we got like seems like we got free tickets? Not that I really care to go to the conference itself that much anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I grabbed 2 free tickets. So, like, on the last day of the conference, you know, it was good for 24 hours, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, probably.
Yeah, good. Let's do
It's
it.
like a safe location, right? I should probably fucking book hotel rooms before they get retarded again.
Yeah, it's at Venetian. Same shit.
God, I fucking hate that place.
Yeah, I mean, it's not my favorite for this dude, you know, but, like, whatever. You know, it's all good. It's all good. Good shit. Second question, dude. What thing did you like about the generator and the gas well, man? I was actually thinking about getting my feet wet with one of them, too, just trying to capitalize on some sour gas, you know?
You know, so I didn't directly work on anything with that project, but it, like, apparently the fucking, like, the generator would just stop working all the time, and it was bought, like, we bought it brand new, and, you know, it kept taking forever for the fucking technician to come out, and it was like, you know, it seemed like even they weren't sure if it was, like, a gas quality issue or what, but it's like you kind of need someone that knows how to, like, operate and maintain a generator like that.
Yeah.
And, you know, no one at my company did, and I was busy with other stuff at the time, and like it basically, like, never, like, the whole project never really did anything.
It's like it cost you a bunch of money and fucking pain in the ass. So, I get that, but, like
a couple
I guess, is that like an anecdote, dude, or is that the typical experience? I should have Sean. I know he had one too, but, you know.
Yeah, and it's, I forgot, Tarantula texted me, and then it was like in the middle of swapping phones, and then I didn't see it because it's not on my new phone. But, like, Hot Tarantula, I think, is the person I know the best. Like, you could probably message him on Twitter and like, ask how serious it actually is. And I don't know how much you've talked to him. He's quite a character, but he's generally pretty talkative about things. And then Colin had a couple small, like, stranded gas well operations going also.
Okay.
And he's been talking to him forever.
Well, I think, like, if anything, I'd probably rent one. You know, like, I don't know what the capital cost of buying the thing there.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what the cost of renting is, but I think it's economical versus just trying to pay outright for the thing.
Yeah, and I think that was what we actually figured out we should have done. Because then, like, the rental company will, like, you know, come and make it work. Otherwise, like,
yeah,
they won't pay for it, right? It's like it's probably the correct incentive structure.
Yeah, you know why the energy in this room is really bad? It's because everybody's laying down right now. That's why everybody sounds like this. Everybody's too relaxed. You gotta, like, stand up and fucking walk around. Get energized, you know, like, laying down with a pillow and a blanket. Everybody in this room is. I guarantee it. No one's doing it.
No, we need to feel the energy. You know, like the golf ball going to its home, Kevin Nealon, Happy Gilmore, you know? And you need to energize us.
I fucking fell asleep standing up just a minute ago, you know? Like,
Are you too good for your home, Finn?
huh?
Yeah, dude. Go to your home. Don't you want to go to your home?
Well, I don't want to lay in a bed, you know? Like, you gotta fucking get up and do something.
I'm sitting in a chair playing some Dota right now. That's fucking gay, right?
I don't even know what that is.
It's a game. It's pretty gay. You know what I'm saying, Finn? It's pretty gay.
It's too late to bust out the hammer drill, so I'm probably gonna bust out the Battlefield. Can you hear the music is actually playing in the background?
Battlefield?
Yup, fucking Jeff talked me into buying it and then immediately stopped playing because he sucks.
Jeff, dude. Come on, man. That's not how to be a good friend, dude. And this is where you say, well, pictures of my friends, so fuck him.
Also, Jeff, I put that moving average in the Master Decay Point chat tag, you know.
Oh, God. I don't look at that shit. Jeff, you go to Vegas? Probably not. Why not, dude? I don't know. Let's go to Vegas, man.
They don't ever leave. They think they have everything they need right there.
And you in the Midwest, Jeff? No. I feel like if you're from like Wisconsin, Michigan, Illinois, then yeah, like nobody wants to leave, which I don't understand. I'd want to get the fuck out of there if I lived there.
They're all mentally ill. Everyone that lives there without like a good reason and wants to like raise a family there is fucking out of their goddamn mind. No offense.
No offense.
If it weren't for my whole family being here, I'd leave. But I do like seeing my family. That's kind of
that is literally everyone I know that lives in like Minnesota or Indiana or like they stay literally because their family is there, and I feel like their family is there because like their parents are there.
I know we're perpetuating the cycle. I get it. It's a cycle of abuse. Chicago does have some pretty dope food, though. I will say that. But other than that, yeah, it's kind of it.
I mean, like Chicago and Illinois are not the same place. You know?
That is definitely true in my experience.
Yeah.
Like you can live in Chicago, and that's not really representative of the rest of Illinois. You know?
I mean, I live in the suburbs. I don't live in Chicago, but close enough.
Britton, I just got back from Minneapolis on Tuesday night.
Oh fuck, dude. The place sucks.
It really does. And
some nice protests.
I didn't encounter any protests, but it was 26 below zero when I got there.
Yeah, it's been cold.
Dude, I don't understand. Like the only thing about Minneapolis is just shitty. Like Minnesota at least has, you know, some recreation. Like you get a lot of fishing out there and stuff. It's like that part you get on board with, but
in the summer it's pretty gorgeous. But
yeah, a little humid and sticky, but I can't like. Why would you want to live in Minnesota? I don't understand that part.
I've been so my girlfriend lives there, and she's only there because she has kids, and the father is never going to ever leave ever. And it sucks. And like I try not to bitch about it when I'm there, but I'm just like, why the fuck? I've actually been ranting about this for like 2 days on Clubhouse, and because I'm convinced it's like a delusional fucking mental illness. It's fucking crazy. Like,
yeah.
It blew my mind. I'm like driving down the highway, and I'm like, there's like so much here, so many people I'm like, but why? And you know what's even crazier is like real estate is not cheaper, rent is not cheaper, and it's like you gotta fucking like suit up for combat to like go and grab dinner. It's fucking so insane. And I'm like, if I took my kids somewhere, like wanted to like live somewhere with kids, where like if it was so hot they would like if they went outside and just sat there for 4 hours, they would die. I feel like the state would like take my children away. But like fucking Minnesota, oh yeah, like you it doesn't matter what you're fucking wearing. You can't just like sit outside for a long period of time. You know, like lock your fucking keys in your car or something, like whatever.
It's not a good place, man. It's not a good place. Dude, even like people in at least in Minneapolis are the worst fucking drivers I think I've ever experienced. It's worse than Asia. It's so bad, dude.
Yeah, I haven't been in like rush hour traffic or anything, but I've heard this from numerous people that.
Dude, people just they don't drive any purpose, man. Like everybody just kind of bumbles along and is going 2 miles an hour. It's freaking nauseating.
So I'm blind, so I'm a little bit more, I guess cautious about that. And Miami legitimately scares me. I've never been to Minneapolis, but like I feel totally comfortable walking around Chicago by myself. Like Miami, not so much.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't do that, but and there's a reason why everyone in Florida fucking hates Miami unless they're like fucking Aaron, Dusty, etc. that and fucking Mohan that live in Miami. Like I can't do it. Like I feel like my life is in danger every time I go down there.
Yeah, even at like Miami Beach, it's just legit scary.
Miami Beach is the worst fucking beach on the planet. I don't get it. Those people are also mentally ill in a very different way.
I won't disagree with you there.
Fuck.
I've also always heard that Boston has like the worst drivers of anywhere, but I've never driven there. I haven't been there since I was a kid. But I kind of imagine that everyone drives like Robert talks. And it's, Jeff, my kill death in a match the other day was like, it was 53 and 12.
Yeah, I've never been even close to that.
It's kind of a steep curve. And it's
I don't even know how you do that. There's so many fucking everywhere you turn, there's someone shooting at you in that fucking game.
Yeah, it's like you kind of have to like find the right server with the server browser, like where I mean that's super rare. Like usually I'm about 1-to-1, but it's like occasionally there's like a bunch of fucking retarded. Actually, I think the Russians are really good, but there's like certain times of night when I don't like other continents are on or something, and they're just not as good or as experienced or something. I don't know. And it's like, then I carefully like go through the squads and find a good squad with people that are actually like talking in the voice chat and coordinating. And that's how, when you've got like 4 people that all like understand the game well and you can coordinate, that's how you just fucking wreck everybody. Xbox or PlayStation or whatever and your aim assist, it's fucking bullshit.
I mean, it's probably much easier to just point your fucking mouse around that apple you want to shoot.
It's not persuasive.
I mean,
Yeah,
kinda.
Hey, you know what's funny? Even if we know that this person
But
is shit, this person is criminal,
it's not as good as the
okay,
aim
and everyone
assist.
is going to talk about it, what's going to change? Nothing is going to change. This is the funny fact. The funny fact is, we know who's bad and who's good, and nothing's going to change. The government knows very well that this person is bad, this person is criminal, this person should go to jail, and we told him millions of people.
Also, like, I pretty much exclusively play on hardcore servers,
They
meaning
let you talk,
there's
speak, say whatever you want, but guess what? We're gonna do whatever we want. You know, this is the funny thing.
But Habibi, people are stepping down from important positions at the law firms because they have been indicted as co-conspirators.
Well, they weren't indicted. They sent an email to him. There's Paul Weiss. They worked for the law firm Paul Weiss. I saw this. Because he sent emails to Jeffrey Epstein, he has to resign. Only because he sent emails. He did no crime or anything. Just
So innocent.
well, what's the crime?
so-
If he's not
so-
innocent, what's he guilty of?
So, Vero and Doris, do you want me to go over the deal, or should we have someone else talk?
Yeah. Euro 3 minutes uninterrupted.
Okay, so let's go over this deal. What it wasn't was a plea deal. So normally the way plea deals work is government charges you with some serious crimes, and they offer, if you agree to plead guilty to some lesser crime, that they won't prosecute. So it saves the government the time and trouble of going to trial and the
Uncertainty.
and the uncertainty, and the defendant gets a lesser charge than if he ultimately gets convicted of the more serious charge. So it's considered a win-win for both sides because of that. But that's not what happened here. So instead of pleading to federal charges, Epstein received an agreement from the government not to prosecute. So he got a non-prosecution agreement with federal prosecutors. The U.S. Attorney's Office agreed not to charge him for any federal crime, and in exchange, all he had to do was plead guilty to state-level offenses, which in this case was solicitation and procurement of a minor. This does not happen. You do not have cases of federal sex trafficking where the government feels it's sufficiently documented to proceed, and they engage in a non-prosecution agreement. They do plea deals, but they don't do non-prosecution. The other thing they did, as I mentioned before, they granted immunity to unnamed co-conspirators. The agreement explicitly protects any, and I quote, any potential co-conspirator. So they're not named, they're not charged, and they have complete immunity.
Yeah, that's what Ghislaine is claiming that she can get sprung on.
In exchange for testimony, Euro. That's not abnormal.
What testimony?
I thought you just said that they were they were granted immunity in exchange for testimony. That's what I.
No. They got nothing. This was just part of the agreement. Full immunity. There's no testimony exchange. This is also incredibly unusual. The other thing, the victims were never informed. This is a violation of federal law. Under the Crimes Victims' Rights Act, it guarantees the victims that they are to be informed and they have the right to confer with prosecution. In this case, the federal prosecutors never notified the victims while they were negotiating this agreement. And a federal judge later ruled that the government had, in fact, violated the law by keeping the victims in the dark. Another unusual thing, the extraordinary lenient sentence. He got 13 months in, as even Norm pointed out, in a jail instead of prison, and he was allowed to leave up to 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, and he was allowed to leave custody to go to his office. So this, and you gotta remember, there were dozens of underage victims according to the government. So this is crazy out of line with sentencing norms. This just does not happen. So before this deal,
the FBI had identified over 30 underage victims. They had substantial corroborating testimony, and this is why they had determined that the indictment was very plausible, and yet federal prosecution was abandoned completely. The other thing very unusual about this, it was negotiated at the highest federal level. So this deal was approved by the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida at the time.
What year was that?
This was 2008, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody can correct me if I'm off on the year. Yeah, 2007 and 2008. I just checked. Now.
So theoretically, that would have been approved by President Obama himself.
Was he president at the time?
Yeah. Oh wait,
So,
8? You think? No,
2007 and 8.
Oh, that would have been Bush, right? Am I crazy?
Yeah, you're right. I think that's the end of the Bush year, right? Because Obama got elected in 8 and 12, right? So, anyways, so this is the Acosta who people mentioned earlier. He later became U.S. Secretary of Labor, and he claimed that the reason that this all took place is he was told Epstein belonged to intelligence. Now that statement is unverified. It's part of the controversy, but that's what he claims. And then the rest of you guys, I think, all know that Epstein got arrested again in 2019. So, anyways, all of those things.
All of those I forgot to mention was that French guy committed suicide too. I forget what his name is, but he was some Frenchman who committed suicide in his cell, just like Epstein, and it was very weird circumstances surrounding that suicide as well.
So this deal is so unusual. Like each of those terms, in and of itself, is rare and unusual. The combination, unheard of. Like it doesn't make any sense to concede that much. So there was some reason. I don't know what it was, but this is not a normal deal.
Yeah, but it's not unordinary because of Epstein. It's unordinary because of the individuals that are involved in the trafficking. He ran with the highest echelon of anybody. So, the whole thing is him and Ghislaine are involved in all of this, manipulation and insane behavior. But all these people that worked and partied with them, they got, everything is sealed. They're all just John Does, and the women. The craziest thing is when the DOJ did the drop 2 days ago, they released all the victims' names and all this stuff that caused them all kinds of problems. Like, what the fuck? How could they fuck that up? How could they fuck these victims up like that? That's so crazy.
I would like to invite people who specifically have been going through the justice.gov/Epstein files in the emails. If you have a particular email which you can link to in the chat that you find interesting in any way, I would like to discuss that. As far as just the general innuendos and implication, there's nothing we could say that hasn't been said already, but now that the specifics are out, I would like to dig into those.
Yeah, I've been going through the emails at jmail.world, which is Jeffrey Epstein's full email database in Gmail. I've been searching things like management. He's involved with some weird organization called Psychonautics, and he's very much interested in neuroscience, brain control. And in this one email, somebody says, well, what about the publishing industry and knowledge and books? He goes, I just talked to my guy. He says he just wants to keep the people entertained, not educated. So it is insight into somebody with, an alpha predator type of mindset, and it's very Diddy-ish. Like Diddy and his online social presence, he had this success seminar where it's so psychotic, neurotic, over the top, aggressive, but Epstein's, connections, especially to Peter Thiel. I mean, this is this is what everybody has been essentially subconsciously saying is like the big conspiracy. And every day, because more and more just keeps getting looked up and screenshot and publicized, and there's all these internet sleuths saying, like, I'm seeing fucking photos of a guy in Israel that looks like Jeffrey Epstein with a beard, and I'm like, the world of disinformation, misinformation is so vast now that it has like become its own, mind virus publishing thing, where I'm like, you know what? Maybe I should just start creating fake Jeffrey Epstein emails to see how the internet, how the algorithm, etc. Because if you go on Grok and do a query about Epstein and then you look at the views, it's like, whoa, it immediately get views. So I know there's a lot of bots, but anyways.
So I'm just going to point out that there is not yet one single person after, let's see, it's been 7 years, 6.5 years. Nobody's been charged with trafficking or participating in this thing except for Epstein.
Okay, again, my fellow American.
Maxwell. And nor has anybody claimed that they were blackmailed. Remember when,
They were given immunity, Norm, remember?
wait a second, 2008 you're talking?
That deal still applies.
So there are two people who are alleged
No,
co-conspirators.
unlimited number. It says.
There's an unlimited number of co-conspirators. Okay.
That's what it said at the top.
So this all relates to the charge in 2008 or now? Or since then?
It's a non-prosecution agreement that he can't be prosecuted on those types of charges.
Who's he? You mean they?
The co-conspirators, yeah,
Yeah.
they can't be charged, and he can't be charged as well, yeah.
And you're saying that they didn't necessarily do anything, but they were part of a conspiracy.
The government said they gave a blanket agreement saying we grant immunity to any co-conspirators.
Okay. People who discuss this, which led
No,
to a
people
crime.
that are involved, like you treat co-conspiracy like it's some innocent crime.
No, I'm saying that a conspiracy is not the same as doing the thing.
No, well, yes and no. I mean, you can be conspiracy without doing the thing, and you can also have a conspiracy where you do the thing.
In that case, there would just be co-conspirators. There would be
furthering the advancement of the crime somehow.
Yeah.
They're furthering the advancement of the crime.
Right.
They're complicit.
But not participating in the crime.
They don't have to participate. They can participate, or they can just be complicit.
So if they had participated, then they'd be co-defendants?
No, they would still be co-conspirators.
What if they had actually committed crimes?
The co-conspirators have committed crimes.
I mean, in addition to the conspiracy.
Oh, in addition to the conspiracy, yeah, you could have charges in addition to the conspiracy, sure.
But there were none. So there are people...
So they're granted immunity, so how do we know?
Because they weren't charged or called?
They can't be charged because they're granted immunity.
And how are they being called if they're not charged, then how are they co-conspirators? This is
The government said that we will not prosecute any potential co-conspirators. So if there are other people that were involved, they have automatic immunity.
So were they arrested?
No, of course not. They're granted.
They weren't arrested. They weren't arrested. They weren't charged.
That's right. When you grant somebody immunity, you can't arrest them. You can't charge them.
So people we don't know did something and we don't know what they did.
No, you made the statement.
Yes.
No one else has been charged in this crime in 7.5 years. I'm saying they can't be charged. They literally have immunity.
Incorrect. Those are only the people covered by 2008. So when you play, so the implication would be that no crimes have been considered committed since then.
Look, if they committed crimes similar to his 2019 crime, they can be charged with that, as Maxwell was. They just can't be charged for the 2008 crime.
Up until 2008.
No, the crime names involved that.
So what I'm saying is there's nothing between so for the last, what is it, 7.5 years?
No, I'm saying if they had committed federal offenses that are covered under that 2008 deal, they still have immunity.
And if they continue to offend, they would not have immunity.
No, they would still have immunity.
Incorrect.
It's a blanket.
Definitely
you're
not.
wrong. It's not dated. Read the agreement.
You cannot continue to offend. That breaks your plea deal.
Well, it says it's a non-prosecuting agreement. The government will not prosecute you. So,
if you commit a crime, that deal is off.
Well,
this much I know about
the way that's being reported that in 2019, the reason they were able to charge him was because it was a different set of offenses under state law.
Yes.
And that the federal immunity still applied. You're suggesting it doesn't apply.
No. What I'm saying is that you are referring to people who were given deals in 2008. So where is the crime?
Epstein.
Right. So where is the crime between 2008 and 2026?
So, as I said, both Epstein and the co-conspirators had immunity, so they can't be charged.
The co-conspirators listed in 2008. So again, the
Epstein
implication would be
listed
that
in 2008. So you agree Epstein was still covered by that immunity agreement, right, in 2019?
No, I haven't considered it at all because he was charged in 2019, so it's irrelevant.
With a different set of crimes that weren't covered under the federal deal.
Right. Those being sex trafficking, etc.
What's that?
Okay, I think we're at cross purposes. I'm going to say to you again. Let's say that a certain X number of people were co-conspirators. Then it's not a blanket to cover any possible co-conspirator having.
No, the agreement, as I understand it, covers those specific crimes that were listed.
Yeah, you guys keep repeating yourselves. We've heard you guys repeat yourself 10 times now. I'd like to submit some evidence. Go ahead, Elnorma.
A deal adheres to a person, it's not a blanket for any crime committed now, previously, or any time going into the future. There are no deals that cover you for future crimes. Although I shouldn't say that because the presidential pardon that Biden made were for future crimes, but I think that's the exception. So. That's not the exception. Well, I'm unaware of, shall we say, of deals that allow you to continue to commit crimes.
Okay, gentlemen, I asked Grok, what are the top 10 revelations from the Epstein files in the past 24 hours? Grok writes.
Yeah.
Based on a recent
You should make it like more 72 hours, but go ahead.
Based on recent DOJ releases and reports, number 1, unverified FBI tips mention Trump 13 times, alleging abuse. DOJ states claims are unfounded. 2, Musk emailed Epstein about island visits and wild parties in 2012-2013. No wrongdoing found. Lutnick planned 2012 island trip with family, limited ties, no accusations. Bannon interviewed Epstein in 2019, questioning if his money was dirty. This is number 5. Epstein claimed in emails to be Gates's right hand with unethical acts. Gates denies. 6, new photo shows Prince Andrew kneeling over a person. 7, Maxwell 2015 draft admits presence at 2001 Jeffrey Andrew meeting. 8, Branson emailed Epstein in 2013 referencing a harem. 9, Mandelson received 75,000 payments from Epstein post-2009. Emails revealed Tish discussing women clearly.
Mandelson received payments. I wonder what the payments were about.
Well, I think the Bill Gates thing is interesting because it definitely looks like Epstein was blackmailing Bill Gates, with his involvement in these parties, etc.
It looks to me like somebody like Bill Gates is. By the way, I saw him speak recently at New York about something. They're so lofty that Epstein is like, this guy is so elevated above reality that I can hook him up with somebody and it'll be like hassle-free. That's what I imagine. But there's no implication that whoever he hooked him up with was a bad person or was a child or a teen or anything. In fact, who was it that said recently that Epstein was connecting Prince Andrew with, or was it, Bill Gates with married women? Perhaps because he could have
Also,
So again, it's like,
there's
I'm not
emails.
seeing any. What's that?
It's about the context or the discussions in the emails as well. Like, how do we eliminate all the poor people? Stuff about COVID-19.
Who said that? Bill Gates.
Yeah, in an email exchange with Epstein and some other
How
third
do we
party.
eliminate all the poor people?
Yeah,
It wasn't Gates writing that. It was someone
saying
messaging Jeffrey saying, "I heard Gates ask this question."
Oh, so again, it's like one of those games of telephone.
I know, but it's not just about telephone. It's about the fact that these documents have been released by the federal government, and they're just so ridiculous and crazy. It's like, well, it to me, it's like a fucking mind virus implant where you're like, is this shit like why the fuck do we arrest Bill Gates? I just can't understand it. Like, it's so damning for him from the pandemic, scamdemic, the money he made from Biosphere and everything else. Like, there's just so much fucking evidence. Obviously, I know why nobody gets arrested, but anyways.
There's also FBI testimony from a source that's unnamed in this report, take it for what you will, that Jeffrey Epstein was a personal wealth manager to Vladimir Putin and Robert Mugabe, he was a dictator of
Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
He's a famous, notorious genocidal.
Right.
Down to 72 hours.
Yeah, there's a lot of commentary about how was Jeffrey Epstein a Russian spy or was he an Israeli spy? And I guess the Kremlin made a statement saying he was not a Russian spy, although they wouldn't they?
Right, and obviously, as it says in Mission Impossible, the secretary will disavow any knowledge of your activity.
Yeah, he was either James Bond or the devil himself or somewhere in between.
Just a perv.
Anyone who has not yet, there was one 2-hour interview that was done with Jeffrey Epstein. It was after he was already in jail, and the interviewer was great, and it was sort of a Joe Rogan style interview where they kind of talked about a lot of different things over 2 hours. And I had never actually heard Jeffrey Epstein speak in long form before. And it was really fascinating. The only thing I sort of knew about him was just, what everyone knows is he's probably a perv, he probably, connected powerful people to degenerate kind of things at the very minimum. Maybe he was a spy, maybe he was a crooked money manager, who knows. That was all I knew. And hearing him speak, he's actually a brilliant mind. Like, you can sort of see how he has this natural charisma where people in powerful positions would have been attracted to him. He's very philosophical. He gets into, are we living in a simulation kind of stuff? The interviewer asked him if he was the devil himself. He was intrigued by the question, but he said, actually,
This is a long interview with Epstein?
Yeah. It was released as part of the most recent set of documents that was released. I can send you. I'll put the link in the chat for anyone who wants to see it. I think it's a must watch.
So, who do you remember? You don't remember the interview?
I'll find it in a second.
So I took time to read the deal, and you were correct, Norma, and I was wrong. The deal specifically covers specific crimes, including the ones that were under investigation, so more than just the ones that they were contemplating the charges were. But it would not cover any crimes committed that were separate from investigative matters. The other thing I found is the co-conspirator list, it is unlimited, but they did name 4 individuals by name, and they said that this list is includes but is not limited to these 4 individuals. So there are co-conspirators.
This is a way of getting an intelligence operation off the hook. That's who all those co-conspirators. That's why it's unlimited.
Yeah, probably, yeah. And so I'm not familiar with these 4 people off the top of my head, but it'd be interesting to know why they were granted immunity. But I do recall hearing that at least 2 of them were at the insistence of Epstein.
As to say who's in the deal or not, unless maybe
who's in the immunity, yeah.
Okay, so apparently it's Steve Bannon doing the interview. I put the link in the chat.
Yeah, it's a leaked interview, and it's, from what I've read, it's presumed to be Steve Bannon, but I don't think that it's been confirmed.
Yeah, there's a Steve Bannon interview. It's 2 hours long, and he talks to Epstein about everything from 1 divided by 0 to Pythagoras, etc. They start talking about God, and then he says, do you think you're the devil? And Epstein's like, why would you say that? Like he's personally hurt, that because Epstein's like this beta. Stinky Steve Bannon is like consulting, and he's sitting there explaining in the beginning, we're going to edit all this, no one will hear my voice, so you need to repeat the questions, and he's trying to create content for Epstein, but he's just roasting Epstein. It's really fucking crazy, because it's like, he's charging Epstein for this, or he's not charging, he's got to be charging Epstein for it. Anyways.
The interviews like that's so that I'm not on camera, I'm not on microphone, and what I need is usable bites or statements that I can then assemble to tell a story. Being a person.
So the 4 women that were named are all women, and they are people that handled his schedule and gatekeeping.
There's complicated schedules here, so the records of all of these asset nations, they exist. There are records that exist of all this stuff. It's like people are alluding to all this stuff. It's like we don't have access to it, and they're anonymous, and they're co-conspirators, and they have deals, but this stuff is discoverable. And it's been in the hands of, 6 different attorneys general, from Merrick Garland and William Barr to Pam Bondi and a couple of others whose names I can't recall at the moment. And you're going to say all of them from both sides of the aisle, remembering that they could have used this stuff to hurt their opposition, their political oppositions. Nobody did a single prosecution.
Yeah, but normal, you know precisely why.
Bill Clinton to Donald Trump?
Because they had too many people that were complicit on their side. People wanted to hush this up.
Well, yeah, both sides of the aisle.
Yeah, of course. I mean, sex doesn't, isn't restricted to one party.
Behavior, presumably, is not widespread, but...
Well, it's spread wide enough that it's going to include people from both parties.
Did you guys see the stuff about Noam Chomsky visiting the island? And Jeffrey writes to Noam, says...
Again, not a big deal.
Well, he says, the island is ready for you. Reality is even better than fantasy.
Oh. So the 4 women named had various roles as facilitators, support infrastructure, recruiters, and one of them is was considered operationally essential.
Age women for sex trafficking or what?
These were women that were involved in the various operations involved in the sex trafficking. Sure. Like this one woman, it says she managed his daily calendar and appointments, controlled access to Epstein and Palm Beach and New York residents, scheduled and coordinated meetings with underage girls. Identified by police as essential logistical figures. Appears in phone records, scheduling evidence, named repeatedly by victims in joint civil complaints and depositions.
By the way,
she was sued civilly and she settled confidentially.
people, by the way. Well, what we're talking about here is Ghislaine Maxwell, Euro.
Well, she was already convicted.
Who's that? How's it ending? No, she wasn't.
She's in prison now. Oh, you're saying why wasn't she convicted why wasn't she named in 2008?
Was that we may be talking about her when you say this person was essential to the operation?
No, I have the names. I told you. I'm talking about specific people. Like in this case, I'm talking about Sarah Keller. So I have the names of 4 individuals, and I know what roles each of these 4 played. And this one that was operationally essential was named Sarah Keller. And she
travel coordinator.
Sorry, what's that?
Florida or out of New York?
Well, I'm not sure where she works, but she controls access to both the Palm Beach and New York residences. You gotta remember, he's doing this stuff all over the world, right? He's doing this in London. He's got an apartment in Paris, the Virgin Islands. And in each of those places, you have reports, independent reports of like crazy ongoings at these residences.
We believe much more prosecutions all over the world.
What's that?
Much more prosecutions all over the world.
It's not gonna happen. His best friend is Macron. The guy is so fucking interconnected. That's why these emails. You gotta go to jmail.world, Norm, and just type in whatever comes to your head. There's millions of fucking emails, I think. So it's like he's a huge emailer, and he's talking to so many people, and just the most mundane things as well. Receipts for purchases, medical expenses, everything and anything. This guy ran his whole life through fucking Gmail. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, why do you think he was willing to give a lot of money to Fergie?
Curry favor with the British royal family.
Exactly. He's currying favor all over the world. Because it's a form of protection. He's not a good guy.
A sick, perverted criminal. But
Yes.
he's also dead. And the interesting thing to me is, where do we go from here? And is it against the Clintons, I guess?
Why not go against everybody that was involved? Like, I don't see this, I know in the States everything has to be right, left all the time. But, like, why can't this just be a crime? These are sex crimes. Whoever is involved, prosecute them.
More shoes will drop.
Yeah. Look, there's 3 million documents not being released. So there's some reason why they're not being released.
because innocent people will be harmed.
Yeah, that's not true.
We have to.
And the 3 million that they released, they identified seven names. You said 7 victims. So you can release documents. You can redact documents. I'm not going to believe that there's 3 million documents that can't be redacted.
I'm consuming.
That's correct. It is time. But the DOJ didn't say we're not releasing them because we need more time. They said we're not going to release them. Full stop.
I'm the only one that is concerned about people's lives being destroyed for nothing. I don't. He said, "Hey, I'm attracted to my."
Dude, I'm with you. The victims, they should take care not to reveal victims' names. Yes, of course.
People with whom Jeffrey Epstein was emailing about something was a criminal, which is what almost everything in there is. Almost nothing in there is criminal. In fact, I'd be. Is there evidence of a single crime in all of these murders?
Dude, you don't just release the ones that are criminal. You release everything, and this gives people the chance to go through them and look to see what might be criminal, what might not be criminal.
Chance for this entire time. It's already been reviewed and found that there's nothing prosecutable. My entire point. And it's kind of absurd to think otherwise. All that's happening now is the cavalier destruction of the lives of people who've done nothing. Meaning, like,
no, dude, we have
opinion.
That's not true. We have revelations that we didn't know about before, and we know some of these people are involved in inappropriate activity. You got Peter Mandelson in one of the photos standing there in his underwear with some young girl. That's not innocent, dude.
I'm hearing this, and it doesn't sound good.
Well, that's my point. So the public needs to know that. These are public officials. This isn't like a picture of Normo in his private life. We're talking about public officials engaged in highly irregular behavior. And that raises all kinds of concerns, security concerns, etc.
Did you remember?
Commit a crime in that photo or not? Because if he doesn't, then what's the point of releasing it except just for prurient interest?
No, the interest is to know to what extent he might have been compromised.
All this is because of Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna. None of this would have been released. This is worse than those State Department cables from WikiLeaks when America got exposed for spying on Europe and all of our allies. We lost credibility. This makes the world elite lose credibility. It makes a lot of people look like slimy motherfuckers. This has ruined people's reputations beyond belief. And, you know, I can't just name you 10 people off the top of my head, but you can do these queries on Grok and it's like, holy shit, there's a lot of people that are being impacted by this. I'm tempted to type in Norm Green in there to see if El Normo's in there.
I know, it is tempting.
One of the most notorious seeming emails is someone is sending, their name is redacted, someone is sending a message to Jeffrey Epstein January of 13, and he says, new Brazilian just arrived, sexy and cute, equals 9-year-old. So we don't know the context beyond that. And then it's,
let's see how Norm tries to defend that one.
The subject line is a bunch of pictures, so it looks like they attached 5 pictures to it. But of course, it's one of these people that, you know, a lot of people are
loud about the fact that the people who are probably people who are abusing children are. Oh wait. Never mind. This could be wrong. Okay. Because it's an equal sign and it's equal 9-year-old. But a lot of people are saying on the internet that the equal sign appears a lot in the Epstein files because it's a formatting error when the files are scanned and then uploaded and encoded into readable text. So a lot of those equal signs could be other characters. So it actually could be 19 years old.
So like the Podesta emails from WikiLeaks and all this shit, like there's a clip of Andrew Breitbart like screaming out like, "You sick fuck, you and Podesta and Podesta's fucking brother, you sick fucks." Like people know that there's like, you know, sick, horrible people out there that might be engaged in this type of activity, and it's like it's not conspiracy. So this Epstein release confirms suspicion and, you know, relaxes the conspiracy, meaning like, holy shit, there's definitely pedophiles out there engaged in like organized, you know, rings, whether it's sabotage and espionage and blackmail or it's like, but it goes from Diddy to fucking, you know, Epstein. Like whoever partied with Diddy and whoever it's the same fucking, you know, scheme to, you know, basically do influence and I don't know. It's funny when you hear Bill Gates say like, "Wow, Epstein's dead." You're like, Bill Gates is like lucky as hell that he didn't get killed. You know, like this shit is like very dangerous, and like so many people have died as a result of this. You know, like look at Seth Rich. He claimed that there were a lot of pedophiles in D.C. Then he's fucking killed. You know. I'm just saying a lot of this stuff is like tied to Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton.
I was gonna say, who's that French guy that got killed? What last name is Brunel or something?
Yeah.
Jean Brunel, I think his name was. It could be wrong, but
Did you see Peter Thiel's like menu items, like what he eats? Like these people are weird. Like, you know, I mean, imagine having your assistant like send over the foods you eat. I know it's like common for celebrities to do that, you know, or like entertainers to say this is our favorite food that we would love to have when we perform at your venue. But this email dump like exposes what, in my opinion, is we're living in a Ponzi scheme. Because 39 trillion in debt plus all the state and town debts, like we're just living in an delusion of financial mismanagement. And so when you see these types of like this type of behavior, of people who technically just aren't working but are actually just involved in like rape and organized sex trafficking, like there's shit about like Epstein, you know, having a hidden room in a bathroom in some hotel, and like there's just so many crazy emails where you're just like, I have to go back to meditating because this is like schizo shit. Like you can't even believe what you're fucking reading. But this is what the DOJ released. And they have a video of Pam Bondi saying that there's videos, thousands of videos of young children being raped. And it's like, what is all this shit? Like, how can you make public statements like that, but then not release, you know, or like the DOJ just posted today that they're hiring attorneys because they don't have enough attorneys to go out there and be, you know, aggressive in terms of like enforcement, arrests, etc. There's so much crime, but there's not enough attorneys to even prosecute it.
So what did Peter Thiel eat that was weird?
Like, will only eat unsalted, unroasted almonds, the fish he likes. I mean, I just looked at another email, and it's like, this is just like one of those rabbit holes where, like, I don't think 9/11 was authentic. Like, I don't think 2 planes brought down 3 skyscrapers. And I base that off of physics and energy equations, meaning that, like, two planes don't have enough energy potential to actually do what they did. Which, if you know how much energy went into building those three skyscrapers, you'd have to have the equivalent of energy to bring them down. So it's like, it's just obvious that that's controlled demolition, and we're just stupid sheeple who can't, be told the truth because it's too dangerous. But if we ever learn the truth about 9/11, I mean, but the shit that came out about George Bush eating the intestines and poo-poo of like dead children and shit, it's like, huh? I mean, there's just so much stuff that's like, you're thinking like in the 70s, 80s, 90s, like maybe there is like, maybe they are using children in inappropriate ways for like international espionage and blackmailing, and because maybe that's all they got left to do is to like do honeypots and do all this immoral behavior and activity to like try to control world affairs at scale, because we are the fucking Walmart of the military-industrial complex. The CIA's budget $60 billion a year. Like, what do these people do but fucking sabotage, espionage, blackmail? It's like, hello?
You would probably like this Twitter follow called 9/11 Revisionist, 911 Revisionist, and one of his taglines is, how come the 9/11 truth movement can only count to 3? Because there were actually 9 buildings in New York that were destroyed that day. So, like, the fact that we only think about, what about Building 7? What about Building 7 is actually kind of a psyop in its own. And the stuff that happened with, we all know what happened to 1 and 2. Most people know about 7. But, like, most people don't know about 3, 4, 5, 6, and then Bankers Trust. It's even a deeper rabbit hole, probably.
I don't know. I just think that America is like an experiment from like the old world, and we think we have autonomy, but we live in this like global community that our liberation and independence story is like just myth. It's just mythology. We're more of like an ongoing experiment, and we don't actually control our destiny, unfortunately, in this country. Like patriotism, it's all like, everything is totally bought and paid for. Like I saw the list today of all these No Kings protests and who funds it. It's like, what the fuck? Why would Warren Buffett fund anti-American activity? It's like, I can't understand it. Like, he seems to me like a patriotic guy, but maybe he's not. But his money is being used to protest from, division and hate and anti-American attitudes. It's like, I can't understand it, but maybe he has so much money, like, you just can't control it.
Are you getting into like the conspiracy silo of we never really separated from England and they still control us through ownership of the Federal Reserve or something like that?
It's possible, but it's Congress that passes the HR Acts, and the Federal Reserve takes those numbers and plugs them into their giant monetary system and makes that spending possible. But most of that money is actually just all tax credits. So if you look at the Big Beautiful Bill, it's $500 billion a year, and the top recipients are like Lockheed Martin, Apple, Northrop Grumman, Boeing. But that's just tax deferred liability for we the people. It doesn't go away, and that's so. I'm telling you, like, if you don't live your life perfectly, you'll get snuffed out. It's very hard to stay alive, because the system is totally bitted up. And if you were to actually, like, the fact that we even have homelessness is so mind-boggling when you realize how much money is out there in assets and in cash and banks and stuff. There should be like no reason to have any homelessness or not to have massive public housing projects, because there's that much money out there. But the system demands compliance.
Alright, I will do a quick reset to talk about what prompted the title of the room and why I wanted to talk about this. And then if anyone has any particular emails that they were going through that they want to read, find interesting, I would like to talk about that. But we've been going for a while and we've kind of talked about it a lot. But as far as the question, did Jeffrey Epstein win the lottery? There's a lot that we know, and then there's a lot that we could speculate off of based on what we know. But here's what we know. There was at least one lottery in 2008, which was the Oklahoma Powerball lottery, that was claimed by an entity called Zorro Trust. This is the name of a trust that's associated with a ranch called Zorro Ranch that Jeffrey Epstein was at least partly a principal in. This jackpot took place the day after Jeffrey Epstein went in jail. The strangest thing to me, in my opinion, is that the day that this Powerball jackpot, the numbers were drawn, normally they do the drawing on live television, but there was some computer glitch that was acknowledged by the lottery system that prevented them from doing this on television. They did it hours later behind closed doors in front of a panel of auditors, so to say. This was the day that this Zorro Trust won the $80 million, or about $30 million after taxes and fees, lottery. The timeline overlaps with Jeffrey beginning his 13-month jail sentence in Florida in 2008. There are many articles saying that Epstein himself won the lottery through the trust and got the approximately $30 million cash payout. There was a story years later in the Oklahoman saying that this was debunked and that it was actually a supermarket worker who worked in the area, and she just decided to create a trust called Zorro Trust to use to claim the ticket through an anonymous trust. So the coincidence and conspiracy kind of part of it is that, one, the glitch in the system that day, which made the drawing behind closed doors up, two, the timeline, and then three, Jeffrey Epstein and this woman seemingly both have trusts in the same name.
From the chat, Whoopi Goldberg, 26 visits to Epstein Island.
Come and talk about it, whoever wrote that.
She doesn't often speak, but she's very nice.
Three times. We'll see. It was the Oklahoma Powerball drawing. There's another lottery that he also has potential connection to, which was a $500-something million lottery that there's a lot of speculation that he had 3 separate people buy tickets for that same lottery in 3 different states, and they were all the winners who split the lottery 3 times. So the speculation there is that, some kind of rigging, and he had people orchestrated to accept those jackpots on his behalf. But that one seems to be less fleshed out.
Here's an email from September 4th, 2013. I know what I've always wanted, to win the lottery. That's what Epstein wrote.
Who is that from and who is that to?
It says no subject, but it says DOJ 11. I mean, I typed in lottery.
There's a ton of emails between him and, I forget the man's name, it starts with an R, who was his longtime business person. And it's...
You don't have Les Wexner, do you?
No. It's like someone who worked for Jeffrey, not his financier or benefactor. And he's ordering this guy to buy lottery tickets in very specific places on very specific days, which, just that alone, maybe you don't think anything of, but someone who, knows financial markets as well as Jeffrey Epstein buying lottery tickets is a little, silly to me.
What Eric said about me was actually very insightful, and Eric, I appreciate it. It reminds me of where I've gone wrong with stories, and I have gone wrong with stories. A really good example is, what's his name? Guardian Angel. Help me out. I'm spacing on his name. Curtis Sliwa. When he first appeared on the scene, he was patrolling the subways. He was anti-crime. I to be something here. This guy has got to be some kind of a Nazi. He's patrolling the subways, and he's not the police, and they're not armed, and they're just up all night traveling the subways, quote unquote, keeping people safe. You want to know something? I looked and looked and looked and looked and never found anything wrong with Curtis Fleetwood. So just because something looks unusual or weird, it just doesn't mean that there's a crime there. It could just mean that, there's this weird human variation in life. People do weird stuff. That's one thing you learn about people. They do weird things.
A lot of these emails are also him just like talking to, chicks that he's been banging.
Derisive, I want to thank you for before. I was going to send you a note, but since you're here, I can just say it.
What are you thanking me for?
Because somebody came in and wanted to sort of bluster bully their way in and start attacking me, and you weren't having it, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, well, thanks for coming. I appreciated your presence here.
Yeah, even if I'm just a foil or like a handball wall that you can bounce ideas off of, like, feel free. I mean, what I find is that the more I argue and discuss, the stronger my familiarity with the situation gets. I start Googling stuff, and I feel like the more fluent I become in expressing my position. Sorry, I'm burping. Expressing my position.
Yeah, 100%. It is all of our duties as actualized adults of the agency to constantly be auditing our held views and examining how robust they are and why we believe things we do, suspecting that we are susceptible to groupthink, even though we'd like to believe we're above it all the time.
So, right now texting with somebody from royalty in another country right now while I'm talking to you guys, and they're saying who's been implicated in their circle, and then they're saying, wasn't there some, it sounds like a cheap, like, resort spot, Epstein Island, it's called Little St. John, and then they say, it reminds me of this TV show that was on in the 80s with people in white suits, and then I said to them, Fantasy Island. So, this is, and they also mentioned that I just dropped the phone, that they often talked about his yacht, which I'd forgotten about, that he would park his yacht at Cannes, and everybody would come, that's what you do at Cannes. Everybody shows up with their yachts, and you have parties on the yachts and show off your wealth, and he did that. So there are a lot of pictures taken with people who wanted to be on the yacht or near him, or, what can I do for you? What can you do for me? I wonder if he went to Davos. That would have been a place he'd go to, sure, right?
There's a lot in the files about Davos. This was one of the email chains where he's supposedly interfacing with a Russian intermediary who represents Vladimir Putin, and he's talking about being a personal financial representative to Putin, and he's asking Epstein if he'll meet him in Davos.
I mean, it makes total sense.
Somebody falls. We've been going for a while. What have you found any Epstein emails you found particularly interesting there?
Not really. I'll tell you just some random things. I mean, pizza is obviously interesting. There was one email that all he wrote in the body of the email was pizza, and they redacted who it went to. Which, if you had any doubts that pizza is a code word,
Democrats should give it away. There's zero evidence, and by zero being that's already getting to evidence that there's not any level of blackmail or anything like that. He seemed just like a pimp, and that's all he was. It's also interesting that George Bush's entire administration is completely absent, and Obama.
You mean Bush Senior or Junior?
Both.
Well, there's a reference about Bush Senior raping children.
I didn't see that reference, so I didn't do a whole lot of research, so it's very likely that's something. Obama seems to be absent too, which really just leaves us with Trump and Clinton involved. The rest of the presidents don't seem to be there.
So, Norm, specifically about Davos, there's more than just this, but there's at least one reference of Boris Nikolic emailing Epstein from Davos, asking if Epstein was having any fun, and Nikolic replied that he had met your friend Bill Clinton, Nicolas Sarkozy, and your other friend Prince Andrew. I remember seeing a bunch of emails about Davos, though. Let me find the reference about Bush Senior and the children. That one was one of the most disturbing I saw.
What's the reference? That Bush Senior raped a child?
It was like he raped a child and they cut off the child's foot or something like. Let me find it so we can read it verbatim.
I saw that, but these are, we shouldn't even say these things because they're obviously crazy reports from crazy people.
Yeah, well, I'm saying I noticed, I didn't see this with my own eyes, but it's in the documentation. Someone said it.
Wait, but are these emails or is this some tip line?
Let me give me one and I'll find it.
It's both and more, Mayor.
What does that mean?
So it's all the emails and all the
No, that I know, but is the Bush Senior rape allegation?
It was an anonymous tip, I believe.
Oh, so that's garbage.
But actually,
it's sad that we have such little, and I'm part of the we, so it's sad that we have such little faith in our government that we demand to see these emails, and most of it should not be seen by the public because it's baseless allegations and taking things for no reason. The fact that whatever, the fact that this went on with such high-profile people is the problem why we don't trust our government. But yeah, most of the stuff here is just straight up gossip for no good reason.
What would be cool is with this J World email thing is to create a script that could fully flesh out an org chart, of all the connections, the frequency of the emails, and make basically an org chart that shows magnitude of relationship, and then notes on all the emails, because there's just so much little blurbs in there. It's just so funny reading about this guy, but when you watch the Bannon interview, that pretty much sums up the whole thing and everything I need to know about the guy, because it's like listening to a Clubhouse conversation of somebody sitting here talking about God. Bannon's like, how are you such a fuck up that you're in jail? What's going through your head as you're sitting in jail? He's like how do you go from being a Wall Street financier and multi-gazillionaire to sitting in a fucking prison cell? He's like, oh, they're just on two opposite ends of the spectrum. I didn't really even think anything about it. I'm just sitting there eating my almond joys. Yeah, with that, he's like, well, why were you only eating almond joys? He's like, well, yeah, they were gonna poison my food, so I just ate my little almond joys. It's just when you watch that, you're just like, oh, this is just another human being, and so there's a myth, and people are talking about his aura and comparing his aura to other, criminals, etc. This is internet tabloid to the max, and because it deals, with geopolitics, etc., it's amazing. I mean, the fact that he's even talking about Ghislaine's father and how he tried to shake down the Mossad for $400 million to bail him out, and and he got killed. It's like, the mafia is real. You don't really realize that, the mafia is real. Meaning that, whether it's the CIA mafia or some kind of Mossad mafia, if somebody wants you dead, and you fucked around, I guess, you just, you could be killed. Hello?
Okay, so this is apparently from the FBI interviewing one of the alleged victims who is anonymous per redacting of this report. Oh, May, are you there? You have the phone icon. Because I know you want to hear this. Alright, we'll wait a minute. Alright, I'm going to put the link to this email chain. This is probably one of the most singly salacious email threads in the Epstein files that I've seen so far. But it's an accounting of an FBI interview that they did with one of the alleged victims. So it's simply based on the FBI getting testimony from one person. So that person certainly could have made this up, but this is what they told the FBI.
They almost definitely made it up.
Actually, in the FBI summary is saying that the person offered no, and no is in capital letters, offered no supporting or corroborating evidence or eyewitnesses that could be contacted. Appears to be emotionally unbalanced but not intoxicated. At this time, it's not recommended that any additional investigative resources be expended concerning this claim. But they implicate Bill Clinton, Trump and Melania being present, Epstein, and George Bush Sr. So it does sound like bullshit to me. So one of the other, this is between two different FBI people. So another FBI person looked at that person's summary and said, I'd like to add a few other points by the purported victim. While on the yacht, he witnessed African-American males having sex with white blonde females, all of whom were bleeding during intercourse. He was a victim of a type of ritualistic sacrifice in which his feet were cut with a scimitar but left no scarring.
That's a scimitar.
Yes, thank you.
On the big Arabian style curved sword.
Okay. On the yacht, he witnessed babies being dismembered, their intestines removed, and individuals eating the feces from these intestines. He was also raped by George Bush I.
That doesn't sound believable at all. So.
Yeah, you were on the phone, so you missed the beginning. Yeah. So this is an email thread between two FBI agents. At least one of them interviewed someone who was an alleged victim of Jeffrey Epstein, and this is just based on that alleged victim's testimony to the FBI. So it's, but it specifically said that they couldn't corroborate any of the evidence that he gave, of the testimony that he gave. But it's strange because then between the two FBI agents who are emailing each other, one basically says, okay, this person was raped by Epstein and Bill Clinton, and Trump and Melania were present. He doesn't say that they were involved in the rape, and he was fed hallucinogenic mushrooms. But that person says, I recommend no further investigation because I can't get any corroborating evidence. But then another one said, or then someone emailed back and said he was also, among other things, he was also raped by George Bush 1. And then the other person wrote back, thanks, I didn't realize Bush raped him too. The other one said he has more laws too. I don't know. It could just be one person's bullshit testimony.
According to this testimony, Bush, Clinton, and Trump and Melania were all there watching the release.
According to the testimony, he was raped by Bush 1, Clinton, Epstein. And this was on a yacht, and Melania and Trump were on the yacht, but he doesn't say that they raped him. Alright, everyone, I'm gonna bid you all a good evening. Thanks for coming. It was an interesting meeting.
Make sure we close that gap, because they keep getting us on the left side, but we're gonna make sure we close that up, and we're gonna be alright. We're gonna run the ball, we'll run some option, and just shut the fuck up. Or when they interview a football player, we have the right. Our defense will be a little crazy, but we're gonna do everything we can, and we got the mental fortitude, and we know what we need to do. We just gotta wake up, and we're gonna shut the fuck up. I'm done with the break that shit. Don't care, don't give a fuck. Don't watch sports. I'll watch the Super Bowl, don't watch sports. The only thing I watch is planes taking off and landing on YouTube. I'll watch maybe like to listen to music where people sing. So I'm trending towards classical and jazz. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear anything. I feel like I get fed so much narrative every fucking day from speaking heads that I don't want to hear people talking. I mute my TV. I don't want to hear people talking. I don't want to hear people talking. I'll listen to a podcast if I like the fucking people talking. I love Kill Tony. I watch Kill Tony. Listen to Kill Tony. But, you know, normal podcast. Ugh. You better keep me entertained because I'm tired of listening to people talking. I don't think I'm checked out. I think I am representing the fatigue. I am burnt to a crisp of the fatigue of media, whether it be, you know, digital, social, whatever. So don't watch movies, don't watch TV shows, don't care about sports. Don't want to hear people talking on TV. Don't watch news. I don't want to hear anybody talking unless it's person to person. I don't want to hear the news. If I put something on in the background, it better be on mute. I don't want to hear anybody talking. So I'm representing the new class, like I'm ahead of the times. I'm representing the new class, or I am telling you what's coming, which is the fatigue. I'm already fatigued. I'm already fatigued. But the fatigue that's coming is we're all fed up with all the fucking narrative bullshit. Like these apps and software and shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Every time I swipe on my YouTube where the recommended, I'm just like, shut the fuck up. Because I can feel through the thumbnail that it's trying to fucking promote or the video is gonna be some bullshit. I'm just like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I don't give a fuck about your fucking video. I don't give a fuck where you're trying to Egypt pyramids were really micro machines. Shut the fuck up. You know, what's another? Mr. Beast fed 1 million illegal immigrants and they became CEOs. Shut the fuck up. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, very
lying ass. It's all just lies. All my YouTube thumbnails are lies. Everything is a lie. Unless I know the person and I know what they're gonna feed me or what the thing is gonna be about, everything is a lie. Oh, I figured out how to lie. Shut the fuck up. Anyways, that's my way of saying we're undergoing a cleanse. I'm just filling in the airtime with my eccentric observations.
San Diego.
What's the weather like there?
70 degrees and sunny, as always.
Can I ask you some personal questions?
These Coors banquets are quite good.
Brother, I think I have tried them, but I would steer you towards Coors Lights.
Okay.
Yeah, they just seem to hit better or right versus
Gotcha.
backwards.
Yeah, they're a little crispier. Hypothetically,
Thank you very much. Thank you to the witnesses for your courage in coming here and telling us your testimony. Mr. Stoughton, during Operation Midway Blitz, Secretary Nome.
That was a joke, of course.
Posted on. The big issue we have with the Chicago Public Schools right now is they're passing kids along through the system, regardless of whether they can read or not.
Advocacy groups are calling out Chicago Public Schools.
No one could have stopped me. You're a Coors Light guy.
Sorry, go ahead.
You're a Coors Light guy.
I like Coronas and I like Coors Light because of the result. The taste is not, the taste is good, and then the result is it's just the medicine, you know. It's like you can time the buzz. It's like with Coors Light, I can set a timer, and I know.
Siccome c'è una gerarchia di oro e invece è proprio chiesto che venga toccato con la sua mano. La sua mano, bellissimo.
What else is that?